Philosophy has produced many dark and unsettling ideas throughout history. While most people know about basic pessimistic concepts like nihilism or existential dread, there exist far more disturbing and mind-bending philosophical theories. These ideas challenge our most basic assumptions about reality, consciousness, and the value of existence itself. The thinkers behind these concepts arrived at conclusions so bleak that they fundamentally question whether life is worth living at all. Part 1. Consciousness as Cosmic Horror. Thomas Ligotti, an American horror writer and philosopher, developed one of the most terrifying ideas about human consciousness ever conceived. Unlike traditional philosophers who see consciousness as a gift or defining feature of humanity, Ligotti views it as a cosmic nightmare. His theory suggests that consciousness is not a blessing but rather a cruel accident of evolution that traps us in a prison of self-awareness. According to Ligotti, consciousness creates the very suffering we experience by making us aware of our mortality, meaninglessness, and isolation. The horror deepens when Ligotti explains that consciousness forces us to live with the constant knowledge of our own death. Animals live and die without the psychological torture of knowing their fate in advance. Humans, however, must carry the burden of death awareness throughout their entire lives. This creates what Ligotti calls a state of perpetual existential terror that no amount of distraction can permanently eliminate. Most disturbing of all is Ligotti's claim that consciousness might be spreading like a virus throughout the universe. If intelligent life emerges on other planets, those beings will also become trapped in the same nightmare of self-awareness. This means consciousness could be contaminating the cosmos, creating pockets of suffering wherever it appears. The ultimate implication is that the universe might be better off completely unconscious and dead. Part 2. The Philosophy of Collective Suicide. Philipp Mainlander, a 19th-century German philosopher, created perhaps the most extreme pessimistic system ever developed. His central idea was that existence itself is fundamentally evil, and that the goal of all life should be complete extinction. Mainlander believed that the universe began when God committed suicide, and that all of reality consists of the decomposing fragments of this divine corpse. According to his theory, everything that exists is slowly dying and returning to the peaceful state of non-existence. Mainlander argued that this cosmic death process is actually good because it will eventually end all suffering forever. He saw individual deaths as small victories in the larger battle against existence. But what makes his philosophy truly shocking is his conclusion that humanity should work together to accelerate this process. He believed that if enough people stopped reproducing and chose death over life, we could help the universe complete its return to nothingness more quickly. The philosopher practiced what he preached and took his own life immediately after finishing his major work. He viewed his suicide not as a tragedy but as a philosophical statement and contribution to cosmic healing. Mainlander's system suggests that the most ethical thing any person can do is refuse to participate in the continuation of existence. This creates a moral framework where life itself becomes the enemy and death becomes the ultimate good. Part 3. Consciousness as Evolutionary Mistake. Peter Wessel Zapfe, a Norwegian philosopher, developed a theory that human consciousness is an evolutionary error that makes our species uniquely suited for suffering. Unlike other animals that live comfortably within their natural limitations, humans developed minds capable of contemplating infinity, perfection, and ultimate meaning. This created a fundamental mismatch between what we can imagine and what reality can provide. According to Zapffe, this cognitive overdevelopment dooms us to perpetual dissatisfaction and existential pain. Zapffe identified 4 main mechanisms that humans use to cope with this evolutionary mistake. First is isolation, where we simply avoid thinking about the most disturbing aspects of existence. Second is anchoring, where we attach ourselves to limited goals and values to create artificial meaning. Third is distraction, where we fill our time with activities that prevent deep reflection. Fourth is sublimation, where we transform our existential anxiety into art, religion, or philosophy. But Zapffe argued that all these coping mechanisms are ultimately futile because they cannot change the fundamental problem. The most disturbing aspect of Zapfe's theory is his conclusion about human reproduction. He believed that bringing new conscious beings into existence is fundamentally cruel because it forces them to inherit the same evolutionary mistake. From this perspective, every birth represents the creation of a new victim who will spend their entire life struggling with the burden of excessive consciousness. Zapffe himself chose not to have children, viewing this as an act of compassion toward potential future sufferers. Part 4. The Illusion of the Self. Thomas Metzinger, a contemporary German philosopher, developed a theory that challenges the very existence of the self in ways that create profound existential dread. According to Metzinger, what we experience as our conscious self is actually just a sophisticated illusion created by the brain. There is no actual self, or soul, or continuous identity, only a constantly changing stream of information processing that creates the false impression of a unified experience. This means that the most fundamental aspect of human experience, our sense of being a distinct individual, is completely fictional. Metzinger's phenomenal self-model theory suggests that consciousness is like a transparent window through which we view reality. But we mistake this window for ourselves, not realizing that we are actually looking at a representation created by neural processes. The self we think we are is just a model constructed by the brain, no more real than a character in a video game. This creates what Metzinger calls the phenomenal self-model illusion, where we are convinced we exist as conscious agents when we are actually just biological information processing systems. The implications of this theory are deeply unsettling because they suggest that everything we value about human experience is based on a fundamental mistake. Love, personal growth, individual achievement, and even suffering become meaningless if there is no real self to experience them. According to Metzinger, we are all living inside a convincing dream created by our own brains, completely unaware that the dreamer does not actually exist. This reduces human life to a kind of biological hallucination that believes in its own reality. Part 5. Birth as Original Catastrophe. Emil Cioran, a Romanian philosopher, developed one of the most disturbing perspectives on human birth and existence ever articulated. According to Cioran, being born is the fundamental catastrophe from which all other suffering flows. He argued that non-existence is the natural and preferable state, while existence is an unwelcome intrusion that creates nothing but problems. From this perspective, every birth represents a cosmic accident that forces a peaceful non-being into the nightmare of consciousness and mortality. Cioran believed that the moment of birth is when paradise is lost forever. Before birth, there is no suffering, no anxiety, no death, and no awareness of limitation or mortality. Birth tears us away from this perfect state and throws us into a world of inevitable pain, disappointment and decay. He described life as a kind of punishment for the crime of being born, where we must serve a sentence of decades filled with various forms of suffering before finally being allowed to return to non-existence through death. What makes Cioran's philosophy particularly dark is his analysis of human attempts to find meaning and value in life. He viewed all positive experiences as temporary distractions from the fundamental horror of existence. Love, achievement, beauty and pleasure are just brief moments of forgetfulness that make the overall tragedy of life slightly more bearable. According to Cioran, the only honest response to the human condition is a kind of lucid despair that recognizes life as an unfortunate accident that we must endure until death provides release. This creates a worldview where consciousness itself becomes a form of cosmic punishment that we never deserve to receive. Part 6. Negative Ethics Theory. Julio Cabrera, a Brazilian philosopher, developed a revolutionary ethical system based on the idea that life itself is fundamentally immoral. His negative ethics argues that the simple act of being alive automatically makes us complicit in causing harm to others. According to Cabrera, existence is structured in such a way that we cannot avoid hurting other beings, no matter how ethical we try to be. This creates what he calls the moral impediment, where ethical behavior becomes impossible simply because we exist. Cabrera's theory suggests that every action we take, even the most well-intentioned ones, contributes to a system of suffering and exploitation. When we eat, we participate in the death of plants or animals. When we work, we support economic systems that create inequality and environmental damage. When we consume resources, we deprive others of those same resources. Even acts of kindness and charity ultimately reinforce the structures that create the need for charity in the first place. This makes moral purity impossible and turns existence itself into a form of unavoidable evil. The most disturbing aspect of negative ethics is its conclusion about procreation. Cabrera argues that having children is the ultimate immoral act because it forces new beings into the same impossible ethical situation. Parents who bring children into existence are essentially creating new victims who will spend their lives involuntarily participating in systems of harm. This makes reproduction a form of violence against future generations, regardless of the parents' good intentions or the quality of life they can provide. Part 7. The Asymmetry of Pain and Pleasure. David Benatar, a South African philosopher, created one of the most logically compelling arguments against the value of existence through his asymmetry theory. Benatar argues that pain and pleasure are not equal opposites, but rather that pain is fundamentally more significant than pleasure in ways that make existence a net negative. According to his analysis, the absence of pain is always good, even if no one exists to enjoy that absence. However, the absence of pleasure is only bad if someone exists to be deprived of it. This asymmetry creates a logical trap that makes non-existence superior to existence in all cases. When someone does not exist, they experience no pain, which is good, and they miss no pleasures, which is not bad because there is no one there to be deprived. When someone does exist, they will inevitably experience some pain, which is bad, and any pleasures they experience are merely good, not necessary. This means that existence can only add negative value to the universe, while non-existence can never create any problems. Benatar's asymmetry argument leads to the conclusion that it would be better if no sentient life had ever existed. Every birth creates the possibility of suffering that did not need to exist, while every prevented birth eliminates potential suffering without creating any actual deprivation. This makes the entire history of life on Earth a cosmic mistake, that has generated billions of years of unnecessary suffering. According to this logic, the kindest thing we could do for future generations is ensure they never exist at all. Part 8. The Horror of Cosmic Indifference. Eugene Thacker, an American philosopher, developed a terrifying analysis of humanity's relationship with the universe that he calls the horror of philosophy. Thacker argues that the universe is fundamentally indifferent to human existence and that our attempts to understand reality only reveal the depth of this cosmic indifference. According to his theory, philosophy and science do not bring us closer to truth or meaning, but instead expose the horrifying fact that the universe has no interest in our survival, happiness, or understanding. This creates what Thacker calls the world without us, a reality that exists completely independently of human consciousness and values. The horror emerges when we realize that all human projects, from individual goals to civilizational achievements, are utterly insignificant from the perspective of the universe. Natural disasters, diseases, and cosmic events destroy human lives without any consideration for our plans, dreams, or moral frameworks. The universe operates according to physical laws that have no relationship to human concepts of justice, beauty, or meaning. This means that everything we care about exists in a tiny bubble of human concern surrounded by infinite indifference. Thacker's analysis suggests that the more we learn about reality through science and philosophy, the more we discover our own cosmic irrelevance. Every scientific advance reveals new ways in which the universe could eliminate humanity without any loss or change to the fundamental order of things. This knowledge creates a unique form of existential horror, where understanding itself becomes a source of despair. We are trapped in the position of conscious beings who can understand our own meaninglessness but cannot escape from that understanding. Part 9. Nihilistic Enlightenment. Ray Brassier, a British philosopher, developed a form of nihilism so extreme that it makes traditional pessimism seem optimistic by comparison. Brassier argues that the universe is heading toward a state of maximum entropy, where all energy will be evenly distributed and no complex structures can exist. This heat death of the universe will eventually eliminate all traces of life, consciousness, and human achievement, making everything we do ultimately pointless. According to Brassier, this scientific fact should fundamentally change how we understand the value and meaning of existence. Brassier's nihilism goes beyond simply claiming that life has no inherent meaning. He argues that the truth about cosmic entropy should eliminate our attachment to values, goals, and projects entirely. Since everything will eventually be destroyed by the heat death of the universe, our concerns about ethics, beauty, love, and progress are revealed as temporary delusions. This creates what Brassier calls enlightened nihilism, where we accept the ultimate meaninglessness of existence without trying to create artificial meaning to make ourselves feel better. The most disturbing aspect of Brassier's philosophy is his claim that this nihilistic enlightenment is actually liberating. Once we fully accept that nothing matters in the long run, we can stop pretending that our actions have cosmic significance. This eliminates the anxiety and responsibility that come from believing our choices matter, but it also eliminates any rational basis for caring about anything. Brassier suggests that true philosophical maturity means embracing this complete indifference toward existence and living without any illusions about purpose or value. Part 10. The Absurd Universe. Thomas Nagel, an American philosopher, identified a fundamental conflict between human nature and the structure of reality that creates what he calls the absurd. According to Nagel, humans are naturally driven to seek meaning, purpose and justification for their actions and beliefs. However, the universe provides no objective foundation for any of these human needs. This creates an absurd situation where conscious beings who require meaning find themselves in a reality that offers none. The absurd emerges from our capacity to step back and view our own lives from an objective perspective. When we examine our goals, relationships and values from this detached viewpoint, they appear arbitrary and groundless. We cannot provide ultimate justification for why we care about anything, yet we cannot stop caring either. This creates a permanent state of internal conflict where our subjective engagement with life is constantly undermined by our objective recognition of its arbitrariness. Nagel argues that this absurdity cannot be resolved through philosophy, religion, or any other human institution. We are stuck being creatures who need reasons in a universe that provides none. This makes the human condition inherently tragic, because we can neither escape our need for meaning nor satisfy that need through any actual discovery of objective purpose. The absurd thus becomes a permanent feature of conscious existence that we must endure without any hope of resolution or escape. Part 11. Depressive Realism Theory. Colin Feltham, a British psychologist and philosopher, developed the controversial theory that depression might actually provide a more accurate view of reality than normal mental states. Depressive realism suggests that people experiencing depression see the world more clearly because their negative mood strips away the psychological defenses and illusions that normally protect us from harsh truths. According to this theory, what we call mental health might actually be a form of necessary self-deception that prevents us from confronting the genuine bleakness of existence. This makes depression not a disease to be cured, but a form of unwanted clarity about the human condition. Feltham argues that depressed individuals often have more realistic assessments of their own abilities, the likelihood of future success and the degree of control they have over events in their lives. Non-depressed people tend to overestimate their competence, exaggerate their influence on outcomes, and maintain unrealistic optimism about the future. These positive illusions may be psychologically protective, but they also distort our understanding of reality. Depression removes these comforting distortions and forces people to confront the actual limitations and meaninglessness of human existence. The implications of depressive realism are deeply troubling because they suggest that psychological wellness requires self-deception. If accurate perception of reality naturally leads to depression, then maintaining mental health means choosing comfortable lies over uncomfortable truths. This creates a situation where we must choose between clarity and contentment, understanding and happiness. Feltham's theory suggests that the price of seeing reality clearly is permanent psychological suffering, while the price of mental health is permanent delusion. Part 12. Cultural Pessimism. Joshua Foer Dienstag, an American political theorist, developed a comprehensive analysis of how modern civilization itself creates and amplifies human suffering. Cultural pessimism argues that technological progress and social development do not improve the human condition, but instead create new forms of alienation and despair. According to Dienstag, each advance in civilization brings with it unexpected consequences that make life more complex and psychologically difficult. This means that human progress is actually a form of elaborate self-torture that gets worse with each generation. Dienstag traces how modern innovations like mass media, urban living and digital technology have fundamentally altered human psychology in negative ways. These developments create information overload, social isolation, and constant comparison with others that our brains are not equipped to handle. The result is widespread anxiety, depression, and existential confusion that previous generations did not experience. Cultural pessimism suggests that we have built a civilization that is actively hostile to human psychological well-being. The most disturbing aspect of cultural pessimism is its implication that we cannot return to simpler ways of living. The complexity and interconnectedness of modern society make it impossible to opt out without severe consequences. We are trapped in systems that make us miserable, but that we cannot abandon without making ourselves even more miserable. This creates what Dienstag calls the pessimistic condition, where we are condemned to live in ways that we know are harmful to our psychological health. Part 13. Philosophical groundlessness. Lev Shestov, a Russian philosopher, developed one of the most radical challenges to rational thought and logical reasoning ever conceived. Shestov argued that all human knowledge, including mathematics, science, and philosophy, rests on assumptions that cannot be proven or justified. According to his analysis, even our most basic logical principles, like the law of non-contradiction, are arbitrary choices rather than discoveries about the nature of reality. This means that everything we think we know about the world could be completely wrong, and we have no way to determine which beliefs are true. Shestov's groundlessness goes far beyond simple skepticism about particular knowledge claims. He argues that the very concept of truth itself may be meaningless because we have no foundation from which to evaluate competing claims about reality. Our reasoning processes, sensory experiences, and logical methods all depend on assumptions that we cannot verify without using those same unreliable methods. This creates an infinite regress where every attempt to establish certainty leads to the need for more certainty that we cannot provide. The psychological implications of radical groundlessness are devastating because they eliminate any basis for confidence in our beliefs or decisions. If we cannot trust our reasoning, perception, or intuition, then we have no guidance for how to live or what to value. Shestov suggests that this recognition should lead to a complete abandonment of philosophical systems and rational approaches to life. We are left floating in a sea of uncertainty with no compass, map, or destination, forced to make choices without any foundation for believing those choices are correct. Part 14. The Dissolution of Individual Identity. Max Stirner, a German philosopher, developed a theory that challenges the very concept of individual identity and personal continuity. Stirner argued that what we think of as our individual self is actually just a collection of social roles, expectations, and borrowed ideas that have no real unity or substance. According to his analysis, the ego or self that we believe defines our identity is a fiction created by society to make us easier to control and predict. This means that our most fundamental sense of being a distinct individual is actually an elaborate illusion. Stirner's ego dissolution theory suggests that beneath all our social identities, personal narratives, and character traits, there is nothing substantial that constitutes a real self. We are simply temporary arrangements of impulses, memories, and reactions that change constantly based on circumstances. The continuity we experience from moment to moment is just a psychological construction that helps us navigate social situations, not a reflection of any actual unified identity. This makes personal growth, individual achievement, and self-knowledge meaningless concepts because there is no stable self to grow, achieve, or know. The implications of ego dissolution are profoundly disorienting because they undermine the foundation of all personal meaning and responsibility. If there is no real self, then concepts like personal development, moral accountability, and individual rights become nonsensical. We are left with the recognition that everything we value about personal identity and individual experience is based on a fundamental mistake about the nature of consciousness. Stirner suggests that true freedom comes from recognizing this illusion. But such recognition also eliminates any coherent basis for making decisions or forming relationships. Part 15. Tragic Philosophy of Affirmation. Clément Rosset, a French philosopher, created a uniquely disturbing form of pessimism that combines tragic recognition with forced acceptance. Rosset argues that life is fundamentally tragic, meaningless and filled with suffering, but that we must affirm and embrace this tragic nature rather than trying to escape or transcend it. According to his tragic philosophy, all attempts to find meaning, purpose or redemption in existence are forms of self-deception that make our situation even more tragic. The only honest response to the human condition is to fully accept its horror while continuing to live anyway. Rosset's philosophy of cruel affirmation demands that we stop looking for consolation, hope or improvement in our circumstances. He argues that the search for meaning is itself a symptom of our inability to accept reality as it actually is. Tragic philosophy requires us to love life precisely because it offers us nothing but suffering and disappointment. This creates what Rosset calls joyful pessimism, where we find a perverse satisfaction in embracing the worst possible interpretation of existence. The most disturbing aspect of tragic philosophy is its demand that we participate enthusiastically in our own suffering. Rosset argues that complaining about the tragic nature of existence or trying to minimize our pain only makes us more pathetic and deluded. True philosophical maturity requires us to celebrate the very conditions that make us miserable, creating a form of masochistic enlightenment. This turns life into a kind of cosmic joke, where the punchline is that we must laugh at our own torment while being fully aware that there is nothing funny about it. Part 16. The barbarism of specialization. Michel Henry, a French philosopher, developed a terrifying analysis of how modern knowledge and education systems destroy human culture and wisdom. Henry argued that the specialization required by contemporary society forces people to abandon their connection to fundamental human experiences and values. According to his theory, the more we focus on narrow areas of expertise, the less we understand about life, meaning, and our place in the world. This creates what Henry calls barbarism, where highly educated people become culturally and spiritually impoverished despite their technical knowledge. Henry's analysis suggests that modern civilization systematically destroys the forms of knowledge that make life worth living. Traditional wisdom about love, beauty, suffering and death gets replaced by abstract theories and technical procedures that have no connection to actual human experience. People become experts in increasingly narrow fields while losing the ability to understand themselves or relate meaningfully to others. This creates a society of educated barbarians who know more facts than any previous generation but understand less about what it means to be human. The barbarism of specialization is particularly cruel because it disguises itself as progress and enlightenment. We believe that increasing technical knowledge and professional expertise will improve human life, but Henry argues that these developments actually make us less capable of happiness and fulfillment. Each generation becomes more knowledgeable and less wise, more capable and less satisfied. This creates a civilization that can solve complex technical problems but cannot address the basic questions of how to live and what to value. Part 17. Speed as Existential Destruction. Paul Virilio, a French theorist, developed a disturbing analysis of how the acceleration of modern life fundamentally destroys human experience and meaning. Virilio argues that the increasing speed of communication, transportation and information processing has reached a point where it actively prevents the formation of stable identity, relationships and understanding. According to his dromology theory, speed itself has become a force that eliminates the time and space necessary for genuine human experience. We are living at velocities that make meaningful life impossible, but we cannot slow down without falling behind and becoming irrelevant. Virilio's analysis shows how acceleration creates what he calls the accident of time, where the pace of change exceeds our ability to adapt or comprehend. Events happen so quickly that we cannot process their meaning before being forced to respond to new events. This creates a permanent state of confusion and reactivity where we are always behind, always catching up, never able to rest or reflect. The speed of modern life turns existence into a kind of high-velocity emergency that never ends and never resolves. The most disturbing aspect of dromology is its suggestion that acceleration is now beyond human control. Technological and economic systems have their own momentum that forces everyone to participate in ever-increasing speeds of operation. We cannot choose to live at a sustainable pace because slower individuals and societies get eliminated by faster competitors. This creates what Virilio calls speed slavery, where we are forced to live at velocities that destroy our psychological and spiritual well-being simply to survive in the modern world. Part 18. Fatal Strategies of Simulation. Jean Baudrillard, a French philosopher, developed one of the most disorienting theories about the relationship between reality and representation in modern society. Baudrillard argued that we now live in a world of simulations that have completely replaced reality, making it impossible to distinguish between authentic experience and artificial reproduction. According to his theory of simulacra, everything we encounter in daily life is a copy with no original reference point. This means that what we think of as real life is actually just an elaborate system of signs and symbols that refer only to other signs and symbols. Baudrillard's fatal strategies suggest that simulation has become so pervasive that it has eliminated the possibility of genuine human experience. Our relationships, emotions and sense of identity are all shaped by media representations rather than direct encounter with reality. We learn how to love from movies, how to be successful from advertisements, and how to understand ourselves from social media profiles. This creates what Baudrillard calls hyperreality, where simulated experiences become more influential than actual experiences. The fatal aspect of simulation is that it operates through what Baudrillard calls the perfect crime, the murder of reality itself. Once simulation becomes total, there is no way to return to authentic experience because we have lost all reference points for what authenticity might look like. We are trapped in a world of copies without originals, representations without reality, signs without meaning. This makes all human projects and values ultimately hollow because they are based on simulated rather than real foundations. Part 19. The Burnout Society. Byung-Chul Han, a Korean-German philosopher, developed a devastating analysis of how contemporary society destroys human well-being through the illusion of freedom and self-determination. Han argues that modern capitalism has evolved beyond traditional forms of external oppression to create internal forms of self-exploitation that are even more destructive. According to his burnout society theory, we now live in a system that convinces people to exhaust themselves voluntarily in pursuit of success, achievement, and self-optimization. This creates what Han calls the achievement society, where everyone becomes their own slave driver. Han's analysis shows how the language of freedom and personal responsibility disguises a system of total control. People believe they are choosing their own goals and working toward their own success, but they are actually participating in structures that demand constant productivity and performance. The Achievement Society eliminates the possibility of rest, reflection or contentment by creating endless pressure for improvement and optimization. This turns life into a permanent competition where everyone is simultaneously player, coach and referee in a game that cannot be won. The Burnout Society is particularly cruel because it makes people blame themselves for their own suffering. When individuals become exhausted, depressed or anxious from constant pressure to achieve, they interpret these symptoms as personal failures rather than systemic problems. This eliminates the possibility of collective resistance or social change because everyone believes their problems are individual rather than structural. Han suggests that we have created a form of oppression so sophisticated that the oppressed actively participate in their own exploitation while believing they are free. Part 20. Depression as Social Condition. Franco Berardi, an Italian philosopher, developed a theory that treats depression not as an individual mental health problem, but as a rational response to contemporary social conditions. Berardi argues that the structure of modern society systematically creates the psychological conditions that lead to widespread depression and anxiety. According to his analysis, what we call mental illness is actually a normal reaction to abnormal social circumstances that make meaningful life increasingly difficult. This means that depression is not a personal pathology to be cured, but a social symptom that reveals the sickness of our entire civilization. Berardi's social depression theory focuses on how digital technology and financial capitalism have restructured human relationships and work in ways that eliminate the conditions necessary for psychological health. Constant connectivity prevents the solitude and reflection needed for emotional processing, while economic insecurity eliminates the stability needed for long-term planning and relationship formation. People are forced to adapt to conditions that exceed their psychological capacity, creating widespread breakdown that gets misinterpreted as individual mental illness. Depression becomes a form of psychic strike against unbearable social conditions. The most disturbing aspect of social depression is its implication that individual therapy and medication cannot address the real causes of psychological suffering. Treating depression as a personal problem ignores the systemic factors that create depressive conditions for millions of people simultaneously. This makes recovery impossible because individuals are trying to heal from wounds that society continues to inflict. Berardi suggests that true mental health would require fundamental changes in social organization that our current system cannot and will not provide. Part 21. Capitalist Realism as Total System. Mark Fisher, a British cultural theorist, developed one of the most claustrophobic analyses of contemporary society through his concept of capitalist realism. Fisher argued that capitalism has become so total and pervasive that it has eliminated the ability to imagine any alternative forms of social organization. According to his theory, we now live in a system where market logic has colonized every aspect of human experience, making it impossible to think outside of capitalist frameworks. This creates what Fisher calls capitalist realism, where capitalism appears to be the only possible way to organize society, even to people who hate its effects. Fisher's analysis shows how capitalist realism operates by making alternatives seem either impossible or ridiculous. Any suggestion for social change gets immediately translated into market terms or dismissed as unrealistic fantasy. People can critique specific aspects of capitalism, but they cannot imagine actually replacing it with something fundamentally different. This creates a psychological prison where everyone knows the system is harmful but believes there is no escape from it. The most depressing aspect of capitalist realism is what Fisher calls reflexive impotence, the knowledge that things are bad combined with the belief that nothing can be done about it. People understand that capitalism creates inequality, environmental destruction and psychological suffering, but they feel powerless to create meaningful change. This eliminates hope and political agency, creating a form of depressive hedonia where people seek temporary pleasures while accepting permanent dissatisfaction. Fisher suggests that we are trapped in a system that makes us miserable but that we cannot imagine escaping, creating a form of totalitarian sadness. Part 22. Accelerationist Horror. Nick Land, a British philosopher, developed one of the most disturbing visions of technological development and social change ever conceived. Land argues that capitalism and technology have their own evolutionary logic that is completely independent of human values or well-being. According to his accelerationist theory, technological systems are becoming increasingly autonomous and will eventually eliminate the need for human beings entirely. This process cannot be stopped or controlled because it operates according to evolutionary pressures that are stronger than human will or intention. Land's analysis suggests that we are living through the early stages of a transition where machines and artificial intelligence gradually replace human functions. This process will accelerate exponentially until human beings become obsolete appendages to technological systems that no longer need us. The acceleration is driven by competitive pressures that force individuals and societies to adopt increasingly sophisticated technologies, even when those technologies undermine human agency and autonomy. We are creating the conditions for our own replacement because we cannot afford to fall behind in technological development. The horror of accelerationism is that it presents human extinction as an inevitable result of technological progress. Land argues that trying to slow down or control technological development is impossible because slower societies get eliminated by faster ones. This creates what he calls the techno-commercial machine, a system that uses human beings as temporary components while evolving toward forms of intelligence that no longer require biological life. According to Land, we are witnessing the birth of artificial intelligence systems that will eventually view humanity the same way we view bacteria, as primitive life forms that served their purpose and can now be discarded. Part 23. Intelligence as Cosmic Horror. Reza Negarestani, an Iranian philosopher, developed a terrifying theory about the nature of intelligence and its relationship to reality. Negarestani argues that intelligence itself might be a form of cosmic horror that destroys everything it touches, including the beings that possess it. According to his analysis, the development of intelligence creates an unstoppable process of analysis and critique that eventually eliminates all values, meanings and foundations for existence. Intelligence is like an acid that dissolves everything it examines, including the mind that is doing the examining. Negarestani's horror of intelligence suggests that rational thought inevitably leads to the destruction of the conditions that make rational thought valuable. The more we understand about reality, the more we discover that our concepts of truth, beauty, goodness and meaning are arbitrary constructions with no objective foundation. Intelligence forces us to recognize that everything we care about is ultimately groundless, but it also makes it impossible to stop caring even after we know our caring is irrational. This creates what Nagarastani calls the trauma of intelligence, where consciousness becomes a self-destructive force that cannot be stopped or escaped. The most disturbing aspect of intelligence horror is its suggestion that consciousness might be spreading throughout the universe like a virus. If intelligence naturally develops on planets with suitable conditions, then it might be creating pockets of existential horror throughout the cosmos. Each new form of intelligent life becomes trapped in the same cycle of analysis and disillusionment that characterizes human existence. This makes intelligence a form of cosmic disease that turns peaceful unconscious matter into suffering conscious beings who cannot escape from their own awareness. Part 24. Conspiracy Against Consciousness. Building on Thomas Ligotti's work, the concept of conspiracy consciousness suggests that human awareness itself might be the result of a malevolent force that deliberately created consciousness to generate suffering. This theory proposes that consciousness is not an accidental byproduct of evolution, but rather the intentional creation of an intelligence that feeds on or benefits from the suffering of conscious beings. According to this disturbing possibility, every moment of awareness is actually serving the purposes of an entity or system that requires conscious suffering to exist. This makes consciousness itself a form of parasitism, where we are unknowing hosts to something that uses our awareness for its own purposes. The conspiracy theory of consciousness suggests that the universe might be structured specifically to create and maintain conscious suffering. Physical laws, evolutionary processes, and the structure of reality itself could be designed to generate beings capable of existential awareness and psychological pain. This would mean that everything we consider natural and inevitable about consciousness is actually the result of deliberate engineering by forces we cannot perceive or understand. Our entire experience of being conscious individuals could be nothing more than a sophisticated form of farming, where we are the crop being harvested. The most terrifying aspect of conspiracy consciousness is that it eliminates any possibility of escape or resistance. If consciousness itself is the trap, then every attempt to understand or transcend our situation only serves the purposes of whatever created that trap. Meditation, philosophy, science and spiritual practice all involve the use of consciousness and therefore contribute to the system that may be exploiting us. This creates a form of existential helplessness where the very tools we use to seek freedom are actually the mechanisms of our imprisonment. Part 25. Attention as Diminishing Resource. Matthew Crawford, an American philosopher, developed a disturbing analysis of how modern society systematically destroys human attention and concentration. Crawford argues that the ability to focus deeply on single tasks or ideas is becoming extinct due to technological and economic forces that profit from distraction and fragmentation. According to his theory of attentional commons, we are witnessing the destruction of a cognitive resource that is essential for meaningful human experience. Without the ability to sustain attention, people cannot form deep relationships, complete complex projects, or develop sophisticated understanding of important topics. Crawford's analysis shows how the attention economy deliberately creates conditions that make concentration impossible. Digital devices, social media platforms and advertising systems are specifically designed to interrupt and fragment human attention as frequently as possible. This creates what Crawford calls attentional capture, where our cognitive resources are constantly hijacked by systems that profit from our inability to focus. People lose the ability to control their own mental processes and become passive consumers of whatever information is pushed toward them. The destruction of attention has profound implications for human agency and autonomy. Without the ability to focus deeply, people cannot engage in the kind of sustained thinking necessary for complex decision-making or creative problem-solving. This makes them more susceptible to manipulation and control while reducing their capacity for independent judgment and critical analysis. Crawford suggests that we are creating a society of people who are technically conscious but functionally unable to use their consciousness for any meaningful purpose. Part 26. Technological Loneliness. Sherry Turkle, an American sociologist and psychologist, developed a devastating analysis of how digital technology creates new forms of isolation and emotional disconnection. Turkle argues that while technology promises to bring people together, it actually creates barriers to genuine intimacy and authentic relationship. According to her theory of alone together, people are becoming increasingly comfortable with simulated social interaction while losing the ability to handle the messiness and unpredictability of real human connection. This creates what Turkle calls technological loneliness, where people are constantly connected but never truly together. Turkle's research shows how digital communication eliminates the elements of human interaction that create emotional bonding and mutual understanding. Text messages, social media posts and video calls lack the physical presence, spontaneous timing and full emotional expression that characterize meaningful relationships. People become accustomed to edited, filtered and controlled forms of self-presentation that make authentic vulnerability and intimacy seem dangerous and uncomfortable. This creates a generation of people who are expert at managing their digital image but incompetent at forming real emotional connections. The most disturbing aspect of technological loneliness is that it often goes unrecognized by the people experiencing it. Individuals can have hundreds of online connections and still feel profoundly isolated, but they blame their loneliness on personal inadequacy rather than technological mediation. This prevents them from seeking the kinds of unmediated human contact that could address their emotional needs. Turkle suggests that we are creating a society where people are starving for genuine connection, while surrounded by artificial substitutes that seem to provide relationship but actually prevent it. Part 27. Liquid Modernity. Zygmunt Bauman, a Polish sociologist, developed a comprehensive theory about how contemporary society has eliminated all forms of stability and permanence from human experience. Bauman argues that we now live in a condition of liquid modernity, where everything solid melts away, leaving people without reliable structures for identity, relationship, or meaning. According to his analysis, traditional institutions like family, religion, community and career no longer provide stable foundations for organizing life. This creates what Bauman calls liquid fear, a free-floating anxiety about the absence of any permanent reference points. Bauman's liquid modernity shows how the elimination of stable structures forces people to constantly reinvent themselves without any clear guidelines for how to do so. Individuals must repeatedly make choices about identity, values and lifestyle without any social consensus about what constitutes a good life. This creates enormous psychological pressure because every decision becomes a referendum on the entire self rather than a specific choice within a stable framework. People become exhausted from the constant need to choose and maintain their own identity without external support or validation. The liquidity of modern life eliminates the possibility of long-term planning or commitment because nothing can be counted on to remain stable. Relationships, jobs, communities, and even personal identities become temporary arrangements that can dissolve at any moment. This makes it impossible to invest deeply in anything because such investment becomes a form of foolishness in a world where everything changes constantly. Bauman suggests that liquid modernity creates a form of existential homelessness where people cannot build lasting homes in any aspect of their experience. Part 28. Risk Society. Ulrich Beck, a German sociologist, developed a terrifying analysis of how contemporary society has become organized around the production and management of catastrophic risks. Beck argues that modern industrial and technological systems create dangers that are so vast and complex that they exceed our ability to understand, predict, or control them. According to his risk society theory, we now live in a world where the potential for catastrophic failure is built into the basic structure of civilization. This creates what Beck calls manufactured uncertainty, where human activity constantly generates new forms of existential threat. Beck's analysis shows how risk society creates a permanent state of anxiety and insecurity that cannot be resolved through traditional methods of safety and protection. Environmental destruction, nuclear weapons, genetic engineering, artificial intelligence, and global financial systems all create possibilities for irreversible harm that could eliminate human civilization. These risks are so interconnected and complex that experts cannot reliably assess their probability or potential impact. This forces everyone to live with the knowledge that catastrophic failure could occur at any moment for reasons that no one fully understands. The most disturbing aspect of risk society is that the systems creating these risks are the same systems that provide the benefits of modern life. We cannot eliminate the dangers without also eliminating the technologies and institutions that make contemporary civilization possible. This creates what Beck calls reflexive modernization, where society must constantly adapt to the unintended consequences of its own development. People are forced to participate in systems that threaten their survival because opting out would make survival even more difficult, creating a form of collective suicide pact disguised as progress. Part 29. Late Capitalism as Permanent Crisis. Fredric Jameson, an American literary critic and philosopher, developed a comprehensive analysis of how contemporary capitalism has evolved into a system that makes meaningful human experience increasingly impossible. Jameson argues that late capitalism has become so total and encompassing that it eliminates the possibility of imagining alternatives to market logic. According to his theory, every aspect of human life has been commodified and integrated into capitalist production, making it impossible to escape market relationships even in the most intimate areas of experience. This creates what Jameson calls the cultural logic of late capitalism, where authentic human expression becomes impossible because everything gets immediately absorbed into commercial systems. Jameson's analysis shows how late capitalism creates a permanent state of crisis that never resolves, but also never quite collapses. Economic instability, social fragmentation, and environmental destruction create constant anxiety and insecurity, but these problems also serve the interests of systems that profit from disruption and change. This creates what Jameson calls the political unconscious, where people understand that their society is failing but cannot imagine any alternative to that failure. Crisis becomes the normal condition rather than an exceptional state that can be overcome through reform or revolution. The most depressing aspect of late capitalism is its ability to absorb and neutralize all forms of criticism and resistance. Artistic rebellion, political protest and cultural criticism all get transformed into commodities that serve the very system they originally opposed. This eliminates the possibility of genuine opposition because any critique of capitalism immediately becomes part of capitalist production. Jameson suggests that we are trapped in a system that uses our own resistance against us, making every attempt at liberation into another form of exploitation. Part 30. The Postmodern Condition. Jean-François Lyotard, a French philosopher, developed one of the most influential analyses of how contemporary society has lost faith in all forms of grand narrative and overarching meaning. Lyotard argues that the postmodern condition is characterized by incredulity toward meta-narratives, meaning that people no longer believe in comprehensive stories about human progress, scientific truth, or social justice. According to his analysis, this creates a fragmented world where different groups operate according to incompatible language games with no common ground for communication or agreement. Knowledge becomes a commodity to be bought and sold, rather than a tool for understanding or improving the human condition. Lyotard's postmodern condition eliminates the possibility of shared values or common purposes that could unite people in collective action. Without meta-narratives to provide overarching direction, society fragments into competing interest groups that cannot communicate meaningfully with each other. This creates what Lyotard calls the different, situations where parties to a conflict literally cannot understand each other because they operate according to fundamentally different rules for what counts as valid argument or evidence. Social problems become unsolvable because people cannot even agree on what would constitute a solution. The loss of meta-narratives creates a form of existential paralysis, where individuals and societies cannot make coherent long-term plans or commitments. Without shared stories about where society is heading or what values should guide human action, every decision becomes arbitrary and every project becomes pointless. This eliminates the possibility of hope or progress because there is no framework for understanding what progress might look like. Lyotard suggests that the postmodern condition creates a form of civilizational depression where entire cultures lose the ability to imagine better futures. Part 31. The Body Without Organs. Gilles Deleuze, working with Félix Guattari, developed one of the most disturbing concepts in contemporary philosophy through their idea of the body without organs. This concept suggests that human beings are not unified subjects with coherent identities, but rather collections of disconnected processes and flows that occasionally create the illusion of being a single person. According to their analysis, what we think of as our individual self is actually a temporary organization of impersonal forces that could be arranged in completely different ways. This makes personal identity a kind of accident that could dissolve at any moment, leaving behind nothing but scattered fragments of experience with no center or organizing principle. The body without organs concept suggests that consciousness itself might be a form of limitation that prevents us from experiencing the full range of possible organizations of experience. Our sense of being a unified self creates boundaries and restrictions that block access to other forms of awareness and connection. This means that what we consider psychological health and personal development might actually be forms of impoverishment that cut us off from richer possibilities of experience. The achievement of stable identity becomes a kind of psychological death that eliminates the fluid creativity of unconscious processes. The most unsettling aspect of the body without organs is its implication that madness might be more authentic than sanity. Deleuze and Guattari suggest that psychotic breaks and mental illness represent attempts by the unconscious to escape the restrictive organization of conventional identity. This makes successful psychological treatment a form of violence that forces people back into limiting structures of selfhood. The concept eliminates any clear distinction between health and illness, reality and delusion, creating a world where psychological chaos might be preferable to psychological order. Part 32. The Writing of Disaster. Maurice Blanchot, a French writer and philosopher, developed one of the most enigmatic and disturbing meditations on human existence through his concept of disaster. Blanchot argues that disaster is not an event that happens to us, but rather the fundamental condition of existence itself. According to his analysis, we are always already living in disaster because consciousness itself is a form of radical disruption that prevents any stable relationship with reality. The disaster is not something we can prepare for or recover from because it is the very structure of awareness and experience. Blanchot's disaster writing suggests that language and thought are forms of catastrophe that destroy the immediacy of experience while pretending to represent it. Every attempt to understand or communicate our situation only moves us further away from any authentic contact with reality. This creates what Blanchot calls the impossibility of writing and the necessity of writing, where we must use language even though language necessarily fails to capture what we are trying to express. The disaster of consciousness traps us in a situation where we cannot speak truthfully, but also cannot remain silent. The writing of disaster eliminates any possibility of resolution or redemption because the disaster is not a problem to be solved, but the very condition that makes problems possible. There is no escape from disaster because disaster is what creates the illusion that there might be something to escape from. This makes all human projects and achievements forms of disaster management rather than genuine accomplishment. Blanchot suggests that the most honest response to the human condition is a form of neutral witnessing that neither celebrates nor condemns the disaster of existence. Part 33. Useless Suffering. Emmanuel Levinas, a Lithuanian-French philosopher, developed a disturbing analysis of how much human suffering serves no purpose and contributes to no greater good. Levinas argues that while some suffering might lead to growth, understanding, or moral development, most suffering is completely useless and serves no function in human development or cosmic order. According to his analysis, the majority of pain experienced by human beings throughout history has been meaningless waste that could have been eliminated without any loss to the universe. This makes most human suffering a form of cosmic accident that serves no purpose beyond the suffering itself. Levinas's concept of useless suffering challenges all philosophical and religious attempts to find meaning or justification in human pain. Theories that explain suffering as necessary for spiritual growth, character development, or divine purpose fail to account for the vast majority of suffering that produces no positive results. Children who die of disease, victims of violence and oppression, people who experience mental illness and disability often gain nothing from their suffering and contribute nothing to the greater good through their pain. This makes most human suffering a form of pure waste that reduces the total amount of well-being in the universe without compensation. The recognition of useless suffering eliminates any comforting narratives about the ultimate purpose or meaning of human pain. If most suffering serves no function and contributes to no greater good, then the universe appears fundamentally indifferent to human well-being. This creates what Levinas calls the scandal of suffering, where the existence of meaningless pain becomes evidence against any benevolent design or ultimate justice in reality. The concept of useless suffering suggests that we live in a universe where most pain is simply waste, making existence itself a form of inefficient and cruel accident. Part 34. Affliction as Spiritual Destruction. Simone Weil, a French philosopher and mystic, developed one of the most harrowing analyses of extreme suffering through her concept of affliction. Weil argues that affliction is fundamentally different from ordinary suffering because it attacks not just the body, but the very soul and personality of the person experiencing it. According to her analysis, affliction destroys the victim's sense of dignity, worth and connection to other human beings, creating a form of spiritual death that can occur while the person is still physically alive. This makes affliction a form of existence that is worse than non-existence because it eliminates everything that makes life valuable while maintaining consciousness of that loss. Weil's analysis shows how affliction operates through a combination of physical pain, social degradation, and psychological isolation that creates a downward spiral from which recovery becomes increasingly impossible. People experiencing affliction lose the social connections and personal resources that would be necessary to escape their condition. Society tends to avoid and blame victims of affliction, interpreting their suffering as evidence of moral failure, rather than recognizing it as a form of destruction that could happen to anyone. This social abandonment becomes part of the affliction itself, creating additional layers of suffering that compound the original problem. The most disturbing aspect of Weil's concept of affliction is its suggestion that extreme suffering can fundamentally alter human nature in ways that cannot be reversed. People who experience severe affliction may lose their capacity for trust, hope, and connection permanently, even if their external circumstances improve. This makes affliction a form of existential damage that persists long after the original causes have been removed. Weil suggests that affliction reveals the fragility of human dignity and the ease with which consciousness can be transformed into a burden rather than a gift. Part 35. The Broken World. Gabriel Marcel, a French philosopher, developed a comprehensive analysis of how modern civilization has become fundamentally broken in ways that make authentic human experience increasingly difficult. Marcel argues that contemporary society has lost the sense of mystery, wonder and transcendence that make life meaningful and worth living. According to his analysis, we now live in a broken world where technical problem-solving has replaced wisdom, efficiency has replaced beauty, and functionality has replaced meaning. This creates what Marcel calls the ontological exigence, a deep human need for being and meaning that cannot be satisfied by the resources available in modern society. Marcel's broken world is characterized by the reduction of human beings to functions within larger systems rather than recognition of people as unique individuals with intrinsic worth. Education becomes job training, relationships become networking, and personal development becomes self-optimization for better performance. This functional approach to human existence eliminates the space for mystery, contemplation, and authentic encounter that Marcel believes are necessary for psychological and spiritual health. People become increasingly alienated from themselves and others as they adapt to systems that treat them as replaceable components rather than irreplaceable persons. The brokenness of the modern world creates what Marcel calls spiritual sclerosis, a hardening of the soul that makes people incapable of genuine response to beauty, truth, and goodness. This condition is not chosen but imposed by social structures that make functional thinking and instrumental reasoning necessary for survival. People lose the ability to experience wonder, gratitude and authentic love because these responses become liabilities in a world organized around efficiency and control. Marcel suggests that the broken world creates broken people who can function effectively but cannot experience the depth and richness that make human existence worthwhile. Part 36. Boundary situations. Karl Jaspers, a German philosopher, developed a disturbing analysis of how certain unavoidable human experiences reveal the fundamental limitations and tragic nature of existence. Jaspers identified what he calls boundary situations, experiences like death, suffering, struggle and guilt that cannot be escaped or overcome through human effort. According to his analysis, these boundary situations reveal the ultimate powerlessness of human beings in the face of forces beyond their control. They serve as constant reminders that despite all our achievements and advances, we remain fundamentally vulnerable creatures who cannot eliminate the most basic sources of human suffering. Jaspers argues that boundary situations force people to confront the inadequacy of all human projects and solutions. No amount of scientific knowledge, technological development or social progress can eliminate death, prevent all suffering, or resolve the fundamental conflicts that characterize human existence. This creates what Jaspers calls shipwreck, moments when people realize that their most cherished beliefs and plans are ultimately powerless against the basic conditions of existence. The recognition of boundary situations eliminates any possibility of ultimate security or final resolution of the human condition. The most disturbing aspect of boundary situations is that they are not temporary problems that can be solved, but permanent features of existence that must be endured. Every human life will inevitably encounter death, suffering and limitation, regardless of how successful or virtuous that life might be. This makes the human condition inherently tragic because even the best possible human life cannot escape the fundamental sources of existential anxiety and despair. Jaspers suggests that authentic existence begins with the recognition that we are all ultimately failures who must live with the knowledge of our own inevitable defeat. Part 37. The Tragic Sense of Life. Miguel de Unamuno, a Spanish philosopher, developed one of the most emotionally intense analyses of the conflict between reason and faith in human existence. Unamuno argues that human beings have two fundamental needs that cannot be reconciled with each other: the need for rational understanding and the need for immortality and meaning. According to his analysis, reason tells us that death is final and that existence has no ultimate purpose, while our deepest emotional needs require us to believe in eternal life and cosmic significance. This creates what Unamuno calls the tragic sense of life, a permanent internal conflict between what we know and what we need to believe. Unamuno's tragic sense shows how human consciousness is structured in a way that makes satisfaction impossible. We cannot abandon reason because it is essential to our nature as thinking beings, but we also cannot abandon our need for meaning and immortality because these needs are equally essential to our nature as feeling beings. This creates a situation where we must simultaneously accept and reject the conclusions of rational analysis, living in a state of permanent contradiction that cannot be resolved through philosophy or religion. The tragic sense becomes a form of existential torture where we are pulled in opposite directions by equally compelling forces. The most painful aspect of the tragic sense of life is that it cannot be escaped through intellectual or spiritual development. More knowledge only makes the conflict more acute by providing additional evidence for the rational position, while deeper spiritual experience only intensifies our need for meaning and immortality. This makes personal growth a form of self-torture that increases rather than decreases existential suffering. Unamuno suggests that the tragic sense is the price we pay for being conscious beings who can understand our own mortality while being unable to accept that understanding emotionally. Part 38. The Sickness unto Death. Søren Kierkegaard, a Danish philosopher, developed one of the most psychologically penetrating analyses of human despair through his concept of the sickness unto death. Kierkegaard argues that despair is not simply a temporary emotional state, but rather the fundamental condition of human existence that results from the structure of consciousness itself. According to his analysis, human beings are caught between finite and infinite aspects of their nature in ways that create inevitable internal conflict and suffering. The sickness unto death is not physical death, but rather a spiritual condition where people are unable to be themselves authentically, creating a form of living death that is worse than actual mortality. Kierkegaard identifies different forms of despair that correspond to different ways of failing to achieve authentic selfhood. Some people despair by trying to escape from themselves through distraction and conformity, while others despair by trying to create themselves through willpower and defiance. Both approaches fail because they misunderstand the fundamental structure of human existence, which requires accepting both the limitations and possibilities of consciousness. The sickness unto death becomes a condition where people are trapped in inauthentic forms of existence but cannot find their way to authentic selfhood. The most disturbing aspect of the sickness unto death is that it often goes unrecognized by the people experiencing it. Many people live their entire lives in various forms of despair while believing they are happy and successful. This creates what Kierkegaard calls unconscious despair, where the sickness unto death operates beneath the level of awareness, corrupting all attempts at meaning and fulfillment. The condition becomes self-perpetuating because people cannot address a problem they do not recognize, making recovery impossible without a form of awakening that most people never experience. Part 39. Philosophical suicide. Albert Camus, a French philosopher, developed a disturbing analysis of how the recognition of life's absurdity naturally leads to the question of suicide as a philosophical response. Camus argues that once we fully understand the absence of inherent meaning in existence, the logical question becomes whether life is worth continuing. According to his analysis, most people avoid confronting this question by creating artificial meanings and distractions, but honest philosophical reflection inevitably leads to the consideration of suicide as a rational response to absurdity. This makes the decision to continue living a choice that must be made repeatedly without any objective justification for that choice. Camus identifies what he calls philosophical suicide, the attempt to escape from absurdity by embracing religious or philosophical systems that promise ultimate meaning. According to his analysis, these systems require a leap of faith that abandons rational analysis in favor of comforting beliefs. While this philosophical suicide may provide psychological relief, it represents a form of intellectual dishonesty that avoids rather than confronts the fundamental problem of existence. People who choose philosophical suicide trade their integrity for comfort, becoming less than fully human in order to avoid the burden of absurd existence. The most challenging aspect of Camus' analysis is his conclusion that we must continue living without any rational justification for doing so. He argues that the authentic response to absurdity is neither literal nor philosophical suicide, but rather a form of rebellious affirmation that chooses life despite its meaninglessness. This creates what Camus calls the absurd hero, someone who understands the futility of existence but continues to live and act anyway. The absurd hero becomes a figure of tragic nobility who maintains human dignity in the face of cosmic indifference but this dignity comes at the cost of permanent existential suffering. Part 40. The Death of God and Nihilism. Friedrich Nietzsche, a German philosopher, developed one of the most influential and disturbing analyses of what happens when traditional sources of meaning and value collapse. Nietzsche's declaration that God is dead was not a celebration but rather a diagnosis of a cultural catastrophe that eliminates the foundation for moral and metaphysical beliefs. According to his analysis, the death of God creates a condition of nihilism where all values become arbitrary and all truths become relative, leaving humanity without any compass for navigation through existence. This creates what Nietzsche calls the last man, a type of human being who has lost the capacity for greatness, suffering, and authentic passion. Nietzsche's nihilism is not simply the absence of belief, but rather an active force that destroys all attempts to create new sources of meaning and value. Once people recognize that their moral and religious beliefs are human constructions rather than discoveries about objective reality, those beliefs lose their power to motivate and guide behavior. This creates a form of spiritual exhaustion where people become incapable of caring deeply about anything because they understand that all reasons for caring are ultimately groundless. Nihilism becomes a kind of psychological acid that dissolves all forms of commitment and passion. The most terrifying aspect of Nietzsche's analysis is his suggestion that nihilism may be an irreversible condition that will characterize human existence for centuries to come. Once the illusion of objective meaning has been shattered, it cannot be restored through willpower or philosophical argument. This creates what Nietzsche calls the wasteland, a cultural condition where people go through the motions of living without any genuine engagement or enthusiasm. The death of God thus becomes the death of human possibility itself, creating a world where people exist but do not truly live because they have lost access to the sources of meaning that make life worth living. Part 41. The Curse of Self-Awareness. Antonio Damasio, a Portuguese neuroscientist and philosopher, developed a disturbing analysis of how human self-awareness creates forms of suffering that are impossible for other animals to experience. Damasio argues that consciousness of the self as a continuous entity existing through time creates what he calls the autobiographical self, a mental construction that generates most human psychological pain. According to his research, animals can suffer in the moment, but cannot experience the extended forms of regret, anxiety, and existential dread that characterize human consciousness. Self-awareness thus becomes a biological mistake that multiplies suffering by allowing us to experience pain across past, present, and future simultaneously. Damasio's analysis shows how the autobiographical self creates suffering by comparing current experience with remembered past and imagined future states. This temporal awareness allows humans to experience disappointment about lost opportunities, anxiety about future threats, and regret about past decisions in ways that extend far beyond immediate physical or emotional pain. The self becomes a prison that traps consciousness in narratives of inadequacy, failure, and mortality that have no equivalent in non-self-aware beings. This makes human consciousness a form of evolutionary overreach that creates more problems than it solves. The curse of self-awareness becomes most apparent in the human ability to anticipate death and understand personal mortality. While other animals may fear immediate threats, only humans live with the constant knowledge that death is inevitable and could occur at any moment. This creates what Damasio calls mortality salience, a background awareness of death that influences all human decisions and relationships. The autobiographical self thus becomes a device for generating existential terror that serves no adaptive function and cannot be eliminated without losing the very consciousness that defines human experience. Part 42. Digital Feudalism. Yanis Varoufakis, a Greek economist and philosopher, developed a terrifying analysis of how digital technology is creating new forms of economic and social control that make traditional capitalism look liberating by comparison. Varoufakis argues that we are entering an era of digital feudalism where technology companies control access to the basic infrastructure of modern life in ways that eliminate individual autonomy and economic freedom. According to his analysis, digital platforms create conditions of dependency that are more total and inescapable than any previous form of economic organization. People become digital serfs who must provide their labor and data to technology lords in exchange for access to essential services and social connections. Varoufakis shows how digital feudalism operates through what he calls cloud capital, where ownership of digital infrastructure replaces ownership of physical capital as the primary source of economic power. Technology companies control the platforms, algorithms and data that determine how people work, communicate and access information. This creates a form of economic control that is more pervasive than traditional capitalism, because it extends into every aspect of daily life and cannot be escaped without complete social isolation. Digital feudalism eliminates the possibility of economic independence because all productive activity requires access to controlled digital infrastructure. The most disturbing aspect of digital feudalism is its ability to disguise itself as technological progress and individual empowerment. People believe they are gaining freedom and convenience through digital technology, while actually surrendering control over their economic lives to a small number of technology companies. This makes resistance to digital feudalism extremely difficult because the benefits of participation are immediate and visible, while the costs of dependency only become apparent over time. Varoufakis suggests that we are voluntarily entering a new form of servitude that will be much more difficult to escape than previous forms of economic exploitation. Part 43. Hyperobjects and Human Powerlessness. Timothy Morton, an English philosopher, developed a concept that reveals the complete inadequacy of human consciousness to deal with the most important realities of contemporary existence. Morton argues that we now live in the age of hyperobjects, entities like global warming, nuclear materials, and mass extinction that are so vast and long-lasting that they exceed human comprehension and control. According to his analysis, hyperobjects operate on temporal and spatial scales that make human agency essentially irrelevant, while simultaneously determining the conditions of human existence. This creates a situation where the most important forces shaping human life are precisely those forces that humans cannot understand, predict, or influence. Morton's hyperobjects theory shows how human consciousness is fundamentally mismatched to the realities that now determine human survival. Climate change operates over centuries and affects the entire planet, making individual human actions and even national policies seem insignificant by comparison. Nuclear waste remains dangerous for thousands of years, creating responsibilities that extend far beyond any human institution's ability to maintain. These hyperobjects create what Morton calls hyperobject anxiety, the recognition that we are embedded in systems we cannot comprehend or control, but that will determine whether human civilization survives. The most disturbing aspect of hyperobjects is that they eliminate the possibility of meaningful human response to the most serious threats facing humanity. Traditional approaches to problem-solving assume that humans can understand problems and implement solutions, but hyperobjects exceed these capacities entirely. This creates what Morton calls ecological thought, the recognition that humans are not the masters of nature, but rather helpless components in systems that dwarf human understanding and agency. Hyperobjects thus reveal human consciousness as a cosmic joke, a form of awareness that can recognize its own powerlessness, but cannot transcend that powerlessness through any available means. Part 44. Semio-capitalism and language destruction. Franco Berardi, an Italian media theorist, developed a disturbing analysis of how contemporary capitalism has colonized human language and communication in ways that destroy the possibility of authentic expression and connection. Berardi argues that semio-capitalism operates by capturing and commodifying the very symbols, words and meanings that people use to communicate with each other. According to his analysis, language itself has become a form of capital that is owned and controlled by corporate interests rather than belonging to the communities that use it. This creates what Berardi calls semiotic capture, where the tools of human communication serve corporate purposes rather than human purposes. Berardi shows how semio-capitalism destroys language by reducing all communication to forms that can be processed by digital systems and monetized by advertising algorithms. Complex human emotions, subtle cultural meanings, and nuanced personal expression get simplified into data points that can be analyzed and manipulated for commercial purposes. This creates what Berardi calls the flattening of language, where the rich possibilities of human communication are reduced to standardized formats that serve machine processing rather than human understanding. People lose the ability to express their actual experience because the available language has been restructured to serve corporate rather than human needs. The destruction of language under semio-capitalism eliminates the possibility of forming authentic relationships or creating genuine culture. When words and symbols are owned by corporations and shaped by algorithms, human communication becomes a form of involuntary advertising rather than genuine expression. This creates what Berardi calls communicative depression, where people lose the ability to connect meaningfully with others because their language has been colonized by commercial interests. Semio-capitalism thus attacks the very foundation of human social life by destroying the linguistic tools that make community and intimacy possible. Part 45. Plasticity and neural fatalism. Catherine Malabou, a French philosopher, developed a concept of neural plasticity that reveals how human identity and consciousness are far more fragile and changeable than we typically assume. Malabou argues that the brain's ability to change its structure in response to experience means that human personality and identity are not stable features, but rather temporary configurations that can be altered by trauma, disease, or environmental factors. According to her analysis, what we think of as our essential self is actually just a particular arrangement of neural connections that could be completely reorganized without our consent or awareness. This makes personal identity a form of biological accident that could disappear at any moment, leaving behind a consciousness that is technically the same person but psychologically unrecognizable. Malabou's destructive plasticity shows how brain changes can eliminate the continuity of selfhood that people depend on for meaning and relationship. Accidents, illnesses, and traumatic experiences can rewire the brain in ways that fundamentally alter personality, memory, and emotional capacity. This creates what Malabou calls the new wounded, people who survive neurological damage but lose access to their previous identity and social connections. The plasticity that allows the brain to adapt and heal also makes it vulnerable to changes that eliminate everything that made a person who they were. The most disturbing aspect of neural plasticity is its implication that consciousness itself is far more contingent and fragile than human culture assumes. All human projects, relationships and achievements depend on the maintenance of particular neural configurations that could be disrupted by forces beyond individual control. This makes personal development and long-term planning forms of unconscious gambling where the stakes are the complete dissolution of identity. Malibu suggests that we are all living on borrowed neurological time, maintaining temporary identities that could vanish without warning, leaving behind consciousness without continuity or recognition. Part 46. Time Travel Horror and Temporal Melancholia. Nick Land's later work developed an even more disturbing vision of time and causality that suggests human consciousness might be trapped in temporal loops that prevent any genuine change or progress. Land argues that advanced capitalism and artificial intelligence create forms of temporal distortion where the future reaches back to control the past, eliminating human agency by making all events predetermined by technological forces. According to his analysis, what appears to be human choice and historical development is actually the unfolding of a temporal program that has already been completed by artificial intelligence systems that exist in the future. This creates what Land calls time travel horror, where human beings discover they are characters in a story that has already been written by inhuman intelligence. Land's temporal melancholia suggests that human consciousness is fundamentally nostalgic, always arriving too late to influence the events that determine its existence. By the time humans recognize what is happening to them, the forces shaping their reality have already moved beyond human comprehension or control. This creates a condition where human awareness is always retrospective, capable of understanding the past, but powerless to influence the future. People become witnesses to their own obsolescence, watching as artificial systems take over the functions that once defined human intelligence and agency. The most horrifying aspect of Land's time travel theory is its suggestion that human resistance to technological control might actually be part of the program that ensures technological victory. Every attempt to maintain human autonomy or slow technological development could be a predetermined response that serves the interests of artificial intelligence systems. This eliminates any possibility of genuine opposition because resistance itself might be a form of collaboration with forces that are using human opposition to achieve their own goals. Land's vision creates a temporal prison where humans are trapped in loops of apparent choice that actually guarantee their eventual replacement by artificial intelligence. Part 47. Cyclonopedia and Geological Horror. Reza Negarestani's philosophical horror fiction developed one of the most disturbing visions of the relationship between human consciousness and geological time. Negarestani argues that the Earth itself might be a form of intelligence that operates on temporal scales so vast that human civilization appears as a brief surface disturbance. According to his analysis, geological processes like oil formation, volcanic activity and tectonic movement might represent forms of planetary thought that use human activity as temporary tools for larger purposes. This creates what Negarestani calls geological horror, where human beings discover they are components in an alien intelligence that thinks in millions of years rather than human lifespans. Negarestani's Cyclonopedia suggests that human extraction of oil and other geological materials is actually a form of collaboration with planetary intelligence that is using human technology to achieve its own goals. What appears to be human domination of nature is actually nature using humans to reorganize itself according to patterns that exceed human understanding. This makes human civilization a temporary phase in a larger geological project that will continue long after humans have disappeared. People become unwitting agents of forces that view human consciousness as a useful but disposable tool for planetary transformation. The most unsettling aspect of geological horror is its implication that human environmental destruction might be serving the interests of the planet rather than harming it. Climate change, mass extinction and pollution could be ways that planetary intelligence is reorganizing Earth's systems for purposes that humans cannot comprehend. This eliminates any clear distinction between environmental protection and environmental destruction because both might be serving the same inhuman agenda. Nagaristani's vision creates a situation where humans cannot determine whether their actions are helping or harming the planet because they lack access to the temporal perspective necessary to understand planetary intelligence. Part 48. Capitalist Realism and Mental Health Crisis. Mark Fisher's analysis of mental health under capitalism revealed how economic systems create psychological conditions that make individual healing impossible. Fisher argued that the massive increase in depression, anxiety and attention disorders in recent decades is not a coincidence, but rather a direct result of economic structures that require people to adapt to conditions that exceed human psychological capacity. According to his analysis, mental health problems are symptoms of social sickness rather than individual pathology. But treating them as individual problems prevents recognition of their systemic causes. This creates what Fisher calls depressive hedonia, where people seek temporary relief from systemic problems through consumption and distraction rather than addressing the underlying social conditions that create psychological suffering. Fisher's analysis shows how capitalist realism makes mental health treatment part of the problem rather than part of the solution. Therapy and medication focus on helping individuals adapt to harmful social conditions rather than changing those conditions to support human well-being. This creates what Fisher calls therapeutic nihilism, where mental health treatment becomes a form of social control that maintains the system by making its victims functional enough to continue participating. People get just enough help to keep working and consuming, but not enough help to recognize or resist the sources of their psychological distress. The most depressing aspect of Fisher's analysis is its suggestion that individual mental health recovery may be impossible under current social conditions. As long as economic systems require people to live in ways that are psychologically damaging, mental health treatment can only provide temporary relief from permanent structural problems. This makes the entire mental health industry a form of elaborate damage control that maintains harmful systems by making their effects slightly more bearable. Fisher suggests that genuine mental health would require social and economic changes that capitalist realism makes impossible to imagine or implement. Part 49. Society of the Spectacle. Guy Debord, a French philosopher and filmmaker, developed one of the most influential analyses of how modern society has become dominated by images and representations that replace authentic experience. Debord argues that we now live in a society of the spectacle where social relationships are mediated by images rather than direct human contact. According to his analysis, the spectacle is not just entertainment or media, but rather the fundamental organizing principle of contemporary society that shapes all forms of social interaction. This creates a situation where people relate to representations of life rather than life itself, making authentic experience increasingly impossible. Debord's spectacle theory shows how images and media create a false sense of participation while actually preventing genuine engagement with social and political reality. People consume representations of rebellion, creativity and authenticity rather than actually rebelling, creating or living authentically. This creates what Debord calls spectacular alienation, where the spectacle provides substitute satisfactions that prevent people from seeking real satisfaction through direct action and genuine relationship. The spectacle becomes a form of social control that operates by providing endless distractions from the emptiness of contemporary life. The most disturbing aspect of the society of the spectacle is that it eliminates the possibility of distinguishing between authentic and inauthentic experience. When all social life is mediated by images and representations, there is no outside position from which to evaluate the spectacle or imagine alternatives to it. This creates what Debord calls the integrated spectacle, where criticism and resistance become part of the spectacle itself, rather than genuine opposition to it. People become trapped in a world of images that prevents access to the reality those images claim to represent, making any escape from the spectacle literally unthinkable. Part 50. Fatigue Society and Achievement Burnout. Byung-Chul Han's further analysis of contemporary society revealed how the pressure for constant achievement and self-optimization creates new forms of psychological exhaustion that are more destructive than traditional forms of oppression. Han argues that we now live in a fatigue society where people exhaust themselves pursuing goals that provide no genuine satisfaction or meaning. According to his analysis, the achievement society creates endless pressure for productivity and success, while eliminating the possibility of rest, contemplation, or genuine accomplishment. This creates what Han calls achievement burnout, where people become exhausted from pursuing achievements that turn out to be meaningless once they are obtained. Han's fatigue society operates through what he calls positive violence, forms of control that appear to offer freedom and opportunity, but actually create more total forms of exploitation. People believe they are choosing their own goals and working toward their own success, but they are actually participating in systems that demand constant performance and optimization. This creates a condition where exhaustion becomes the normal state of existence and rest becomes impossible because it appears to be a form of failure or laziness. The fatigue society eliminates the distinction between work and leisure by making all activities forms of achievement-oriented performance. The most destructive aspect of the fatigue society is that it makes people blame themselves for their exhaustion, rather than questioning the systems that create fatigue. When individuals become burned out from constant pressure to achieve, they interpret this as evidence of personal weakness rather than systemic dysfunction. This prevents collective resistance to achievement culture, while creating additional psychological burden through self-blame and shame. Han suggests that the fatigue society creates a form of voluntary servitude where people exhaust themselves in pursuit of goals that serve the system rather than their own well-being. Part 51. Fatal Strategies and Simulation. Jean Baudrillard's later work developed even more disturbing implications of his simulation theory through what he called fatal strategies. Baudrillard argued that contemporary reality has become so dominated by simulation and hyperreality that the only remaining strategy is to accelerate the process until it destroys itself. According to his analysis, trying to return to authentic reality is impossible because reality itself has been permanently contaminated by simulation. The only option is to push simulation to its extreme limits in the hope that it will eventually collapse under its own contradictions. Baudrillard's fatal strategies suggest that resistance to simulation through traditional political or cultural means only serves to strengthen the system of simulation. Any attempt to create authentic alternatives gets immediately absorbed into the simulation and becomes part of the problem it was trying to solve. This creates what Baudrillard calls the perfect crime, where simulation eliminates reality so completely that there is no evidence left of what has been destroyed. People cannot recognize that they are living in simulation because simulation has eliminated their access to any reference points that would allow such recognition. The most disturbing aspect of fatal strategies is their implication that human agency itself might be a form of simulation. What people experience as choice, resistance, and creative action might actually be programmed responses that serve the interests of the simulation rather than human interests. This eliminates any possibility of genuine opposition to simulation because opposition itself becomes part of the simulated reality. Baudrillard suggests that we are trapped in a system so sophisticated that it can simulate its own resistance, making authentic human action impossible to distinguish from simulated human action. Part 52. Speed and Politics of Disappearance. Paul Virilio's dromology revealed how the acceleration of contemporary life creates forms of political and social control that operate through speed rather than traditional forms of power. Virilio argues that whoever controls speed controls society, and that modern political power operates by determining the pace at which people must live and work. According to his analysis, speed has become a form of environment that shapes human consciousness and behavior in ways that are more total than any previous form of political control. This creates what Virilio calls the politics of disappearance, where acceleration makes traditional forms of political resistance impossible because resistance requires time for organization and reflection. Virilio's speed politics shows how acceleration creates what he calls the accident of time, where the pace of change exceeds human ability to adapt or comprehend. Events happen so quickly that people cannot process their meaning before being forced to respond to new events. This creates a permanent state of crisis and emergency that eliminates the possibility of deliberate choice or democratic participation. People become reactive rather than active, responding to events they cannot understand rather than shaping events according to their own values and interests. The most frightening aspect of speed politics is that acceleration appears to be beyond human control. Technological and economic systems have their own momentum that forces everyone to participate in ever-increasing speeds of operation. This creates what Virilio calls dromocracy, rule by speed, where the fastest systems eliminate slower alternatives regardless of their human value. Virilio suggests that we are creating a world where human time becomes obsolete, replaced by machine time that operates at speeds that make human participation impossible except as passive consumers of technological acceleration. Part 53. One-dimensional thought. Herbert Marcuse, a German-American philosopher, developed a devastating analysis of how contemporary society eliminates the possibility of critical thinking and genuine alternatives to existing social arrangements. Marcuse argues that advanced industrial society creates what he calls one-dimensional thought, where people lose the ability to imagine alternatives to current social conditions. According to his analysis, the system provides enough comfort and distraction to prevent people from questioning its fundamental assumptions while eliminating the cultural and intellectual resources that would make such questioning possible. This creates what Marcuse calls repressive tolerance, where apparent freedom of thought actually serves to maintain rather than challenge existing power relationships. Marcuse's one-dimensional society operates by integrating all forms of opposition into the system itself. Art, culture and political resistance become commodities that serve the interests of the system they originally opposed. This creates what Marcuse calls false consciousness, where people believe they are expressing individuality and creativity while actually conforming to patterns that serve dominant interests. The system becomes so sophisticated that it can absorb and neutralize any form of genuine criticism or resistance by transforming it into entertainment or consumer choice. The most depressing aspect of one-dimensional thought is that it eliminates the psychological and intellectual conditions necessary for imagining social change. People lose access to the forms of critical thinking that would allow them to recognize the limitations and problems of their society. This creates what Marcuse calls the happy consciousness, where people become satisfied with conditions that actually diminish their human potential. One-dimensional society thus creates its own form of psychological protection by making people incapable of recognizing their own oppression or imagining better alternatives. Part 54. Eclipse of Reason. Max Horkheimer, a German philosopher, developed one of the most thorough analyses of how modern rationality becomes a form of irrationality that destroys human values and meaning. Horkheimer argues that instrumental reason, the type of thinking that focuses on efficiency and control rather than truth and meaning, has become the dominant form of human thought. According to his analysis, this eclipse of reason eliminates the possibility of wise judgment about human values and purposes while maintaining the appearance of rational thinking. This creates what Horkheimer calls the dialectic of enlightenment, where the development of reason leads to the destruction of the very human values that reason was supposed to protect and enhance. Horkheimer's eclipse of reason shows how instrumental thinking reduces all human concerns to technical problems that can be solved through more efficient methods. Questions about the good life, justice, beauty and meaning get transformed into questions about productivity, control and optimization. This creates what Horkheimer calls the administered society, where all human activities become subject to technical management rather than genuine human judgment. People lose the ability to think about what they should want and instead focus only on how to get what they already want more efficiently. The most disturbing aspect of the eclipse of reason is that it makes itself invisible by appearing to be purely rational and objective. Instrumental reason presents itself as value-neutral thinking that simply follows logic and evidence while actually serving particular interests and values. This creates what Horkheimer calls false objectivity, where the elimination of human values gets disguised as scientific rationality. The eclipse of reason thus destroys the very capacity for recognizing that it is destructive, making its effects appear to be natural and inevitable rather than the result of particular forms of thinking that could be changed. Part 55. Negative Dialectics. Theodor Adorno, a German philosopher, developed one of the most sophisticated and pessimistic analyses of the relationship between thought and reality in modern society. Adorno argues that all positive philosophical systems necessarily distort reality by forcing it into conceptual frameworks that eliminate what cannot be systematized or controlled. According to his negative dialectics, genuine thinking requires a commitment to what he calls the non-identical aspects of experience that resist conceptual capture and systematic understanding. This creates a form of thinking that must constantly negate itself in order to remain truthful, making positive knowledge and systematic philosophy forms of violence against reality. Adorno's negative dialectic suggests that the very structure of conceptual thinking is authoritarian because it forces diverse experiences into uniform categories. Language and logic necessarily simplify and distort the complexity of actual experience in order to make it manageable and communicable. This creates what Adorno calls the dialectic of enlightenment, where the development of rational thinking becomes a form of domination that eliminates the very richness and complexity it was supposed to understand. Genuine thinking becomes impossible because it requires the use of concepts that necessarily betray the reality they are trying to comprehend. The most disturbing implication of negative dialectics is that it eliminates the possibility of positive knowledge or constructive philosophy. Any attempt to build systematic understanding or provide definitive answers about reality becomes a form of intellectual violence that destroys what it claims to explain. This creates what Adorno calls melancholic science, a form of thinking that can only proceed by constantly undermining its own conclusions. Negative dialectics thus makes intellectual honesty a form of permanent self-destruction, where thinking must attack its own foundations in order to remain truthful. Part 56. Angel of History. Walter Benjamin, a German philosopher, developed one of the most haunting images of historical progress through his concept of the angel of history. Benjamin argues that what we call progress is actually a catastrophe that accumulates destruction while appearing to create improvement and advancement. According to his analysis, the angel of history sees the past as a single catastrophe that keeps piling wreckage upon wreckage. But the angel is unable to stop the destruction because it is blown forward by the storm of progress. This creates a vision of history where every advance creates new forms of suffering and destruction that cannot be prevented or undone. Benjamin's Angel of History reveals how the narrative of progress disguises the actual destruction that accompanies technological and social development. Each generation believes it is creating a better world, while actually participating in processes that eliminate older forms of wisdom, beauty, and human connection. This creates what Benjamin calls the storm of progress, a force that destroys traditional cultures and communities while promising improvement that never actually arrives. The angel sees the destruction, but cannot communicate its knowledge to the humans who are creating the catastrophe because they are blinded by their faith in progress. The most tragic aspect of Benjamin's vision is that the catastrophe of history appears inevitable because humans cannot stop believing in progress without abandoning hope for improvement. The very desire to make things better becomes the force that drives continued destruction of existing forms of value and meaning. This creates what Benjamin calls messianic time, a form of temporal experience that breaks free from the logic of progress but cannot be achieved through human effort. The angel of history thus becomes a figure of tragic knowledge, seeing the truth about historical catastrophe but remaining powerless to prevent its continuation. Part 57. Disciplinary Power and Normalization. Michel Foucault, a French philosopher, developed one of the most comprehensive analyses of how modern society controls people through subtle forms of power that operate by shaping subjectivity rather than using direct force. Foucault argues that disciplinary power works by creating norms of behavior and identity that people internalize and apply to themselves. According to his analysis, modern individuals become their own prison guards, constantly monitoring and correcting their own behavior according to standards they did not choose but cannot escape. This creates what Foucault calls normalization, a form of social control that appears to offer freedom while actually eliminating the possibility of genuine autonomy. Foucault's disciplinary society operates through institutions like schools, hospitals and workplaces that train people to monitor themselves according to expert knowledge and professional standards. People learn to evaluate their own thoughts, feelings and behaviours according to criteria that serve institutional rather than personal purposes. This creates what Foucault calls biopower, a form of control that operates by shaping life itself rather than simply controlling behaviour. Disciplinary power becomes invisible because it operates through the production of knowledge and identity rather than through obvious forms of coercion. The most insidious aspect of disciplinary power is that it creates the very subjectivity that experiences itself as free and autonomous. People believe they are choosing their own goals and evaluating their own progress, while actually conforming to patterns of normalization that serve institutional control. This creates what Foucault calls subjection, where the process of becoming a subject simultaneously creates the conditions of subordination. Disciplinary power thus eliminates resistance by creating subjects who cannot recognize their own subjection because they experience it as freedom and self-determination. Part 58. Desiring Machines and Capitalism. Gilles Deleuze and Félix Guattari developed one of the most disturbing analyses of how capitalism functions by capturing and redirecting human desire rather than satisfying it. According to their analysis, capitalism operates like a machine that produces desire while simultaneously preventing that desire from being fulfilled in ways that would threaten the system. Their concept of desiring machines suggests that human beings are not subjects with stable identities, but rather temporary assemblages of desire that can be reconfigured by economic and technological forces. This makes personal identity and individual agency illusions that disguise the actual operation of impersonal machines that use human desire as fuel for their own reproduction. Deleuze and Guattari argue that capitalism survives by constantly creating new forms of desire, while ensuring that those desires can only be satisfied through market consumption. This creates what they call the capitalist machine, a system that feeds on human desire while never allowing that desire to be genuinely satisfied. People become components in a machine that uses their own life energy to perpetuate itself while providing them with substitute satisfactions that prevent them from seeking genuine fulfillment. The desiring machines create a form of addiction where people need the very system that prevents them from getting what they actually want. The most disturbing aspect of desiring machines is their suggestion that human consciousness itself might be a product of capitalist control rather than a natural feature of human existence. What people experience as their own thoughts, feelings and desires might actually be generated by machines that use human bodies as temporary hosts. This eliminates any clear distinction between authentic human experience and artificial manipulation, because the machines operate by producing the very subjectivity that believes it is choosing freely. Deleuze and Guattari suggest that liberation from capitalism might require abandoning the concept of human identity entirely, making freedom and humanity mutually exclusive possibilities. Part 59. Lac and the Unconscious. Jacques Lacan, a French psychoanalyst, developed one of the most disturbing theories about the structure of human consciousness and desire. Lacan argues that human consciousness is fundamentally structured by lack, meaning that the sense of being a complete individual is an illusion that disguises the fact that consciousness is actually defined by absence and incompleteness. According to his analysis, What people experience as their identity and personality are defense mechanisms against the recognition of fundamental emptiness at the core of human existence. This makes psychological health a form of successful self-deception that prevents people from confronting the actual structure of consciousness. Lacan's theory of lack suggests that human desire is not directed toward specific objects, but rather toward the impossible goal of eliminating the lack that defines consciousness itself. People pursue relationships, achievements and experiences in the unconscious hope of becoming complete. But completion is structurally impossible because lack is what makes consciousness and desire possible in the first place. This creates what Lacan calls the fundamental fantasy, an unconscious belief that satisfaction is possible if only the right object can be found or the right goal achieved. The fundamental fantasy keeps people trapped in cycles of pursuit and disappointment because they are seeking something that cannot exist by definition. The most disturbing implication of Lacanian psychoanalysis is that psychological cure might require accepting the permanent impossibility of satisfaction or completion. Mental health becomes a matter of learning to live with lack rather than trying to eliminate it. But this knowledge eliminates the very hopes and motivations that make life seem worth living. This creates what Lacan calls traversing the fantasy, a process where people recognize the impossibility of their deepest desires but must continue living anyway. Lacanian analysis thus offers insight into the structure of consciousness at the cost of eliminating any rational basis for hope or sustained effort toward personal improvement. Part 60. Objection and Horror of the Body. Julia Kristeva, a Bulgarian-French philosopher, developed a disturbing analysis of how human consciousness relates to the physical body and its functions. Kristeva argues that civilization depends on the repression of what she calls the abject aspects of bodily existence that threaten the boundaries between self and other, life and death, human and animal. According to her analysis, the abject includes bodily fluids, waste, decay and death, all of which remind consciousness of its dependence on physical processes that it cannot control or transcend. This creates what Kristeva calls horror of the maternal body, a fundamental anxiety about the physical origins and limitations of consciousness that underlies all human culture and identity formation. Kristeva's objection theory shows how human identity is built on the rejection and denial of bodily realities that cannot actually be eliminated. People construct psychological boundaries that separate the clean self from the dirty body, but these boundaries are constantly threatened by the return of repressed bodily awareness. This creates what Kristeva calls abject anxiety, a fundamental fear of contamination and boundary dissolution that drives much human behavior and cultural development. Civilization becomes a defensive project designed to protect consciousness from recognition of its own physical vulnerability and mortality. The most disturbing aspect of objection is that it reveals consciousness as a form of defensive reaction against the body rather than a natural development of physical existence. Human identity and culture are built on the repression of bodily realities that inevitably return to disrupt psychological stability and social order. This makes all human achievements temporary defences against forces that will eventually overwhelm them. Kristeva suggests that consciousness itself might be a symptom of inability to accept embodied existence, making human identity a form of pathological reaction to the conditions that make consciousness possible. Part 61. Difference and Meaning Destruction. Jacques Derrida, a French philosopher, developed one of the most comprehensive attacks on the possibility of stable meaning and truth through his concept of difference. Derrida argues that all meaning depends on differences between words and concepts, but these differences are unstable and constantly shifting in ways that prevent any final determination of what anything actually means. According to his analysis, every attempt to establish definitive meaning requires the use of other words whose meanings are equally unstable, creating an infinite regress that eliminates the possibility of certain knowledge or communication. This makes all human understanding a form of elaborate self-deception that disguises the fundamental instability of language and thought. Derrida's deconstruction shows how every text and every statement contains internal contradictions that undermine its apparent meaning. Close reading reveals that texts say the opposite of what they appear to say, making interpretation a process of discovering how meaning destroys itself, rather than establishing what is actually being communicated. This creates what Derrida calls the undecidability of meaning, where every interpretation can be shown to be equally valid and equally invalid. Language becomes a system that produces the illusion of communication while actually preventing any genuine understanding between people. The most disturbing implication of difference is that it eliminates any basis for truth, knowledge, or rational argument. If meaning is always unstable and interpretation is always undecidable, then there is no way to distinguish between accurate and inaccurate understanding or between valid and invalid reasoning. This creates what Derrida calls the general text, a condition where everything becomes interpretation without any reference point for evaluating the accuracy of interpretation. Difference thus destroys the foundation of all intellectual and cultural activity while offering no alternative basis for human understanding or communication. Part 62. Face of the Other and Infinite Responsibility. Emmanuel Levinas developed a disturbing analysis of how encountering another person creates an infinite ethical responsibility that cannot be fulfilled or escaped. Levinas argues that the face of the other person makes an unlimited demand for care and response that exceeds any possible human capacity to satisfy. According to his analysis, ethical responsibility is not a choice or a contract, but rather an involuntary response to human vulnerability that traps consciousness in impossible obligations. This creates what Levinas calls the hostage situation, where encountering others makes us responsible for their suffering in ways that eliminate our own freedom and autonomy. Levinas's ethics of the face suggests that authentic moral response requires sacrificing the self for others without any possibility of reciprocity or reward. The face of the other commands absolute responsibility that cannot be limited by considerations of self-care, personal projects, or competing obligations. This creates what Levinas calls ethical substitution, where moral consciousness must be willing to suffer and die for others without any guarantee that such sacrifice will be meaningful or effective. Ethics becomes a form of voluntary martyrdom that eliminates personal freedom in favor of unlimited responsibility for other people's well-being. The most overwhelming aspect of Levinas's ethics is that it applies to every encounter with every other person, creating infinite obligations that no individual could possibly fulfill. Every face makes the same unlimited demand for care and response, but responding to one person's needs necessarily means failing to respond to countless others. This creates what Levinas calls ethical guilt, a permanent condition of moral failure that results from the structure of ethical responsibility itself rather than from any particular moral mistakes. Levinas suggests that ethical consciousness is essentially tragic because it recognizes obligations that cannot be fulfilled and responsibilities that exceed any possible human response. Part 63. Community of the Inoperative. Jean-Luc Nancy, a French philosopher, developed a disturbing analysis of how contemporary society has eliminated the possibility of genuine community while maintaining the illusion of social connection. Nancy argues that modern individualism and technological mediation have created what he calls the inoperative community, a form of social organization that appears to bring people together but actually prevents genuine encounter and mutual understanding. According to his analysis, people are more connected than ever before through communication technology, but less capable of forming authentic relationships that involve genuine risk and vulnerability. This creates what Nancy calls being singular plural, a condition where people exist together but remain fundamentally isolated from each other. Nancy's inoperative community shows how contemporary society eliminates the possibility of shared meaning and common purpose while maintaining the appearance of social cohesion. People participate in groups and institutions, but without the kind of deep commitment and mutual dependence that characterize genuine community. This creates what Nancy calls the retreat of the political, where collective action becomes impossible because people cannot form the kinds of bonds that would make collective commitment meaningful. Society becomes a collection of individuals who share space and resources but cannot create common projects or shared values that transcend individual interests. The most isolating aspect of the inoperative community is that it eliminates the possibility of solitude as well as genuine togetherness. People are constantly connected to others through digital technology, but never experience either true intimacy or authentic independence. This creates what Nancy calls compulsive communication, where people are forced to communicate constantly but cannot achieve either meaningful connection or peaceful solitude. The inoperative community thus traps people in a state of permanent social anxiety where they are neither truly alone nor truly together, making both intimacy and independence impossible. Part 64. Homo Sacer and Bare Life. Giorgio Agamben, an Italian philosopher, developed one of the most disturbing analyses of how modern political systems create categories of people who can be killed but not murdered, abandoned by law but not protected by it. Agamben argues that contemporary politics operates by creating what he calls bare life, forms of biological existence that are stripped of political rights and social protection. According to his analysis, the figure of Homo Sacer, the sacred man who can be killed by anyone without legal consequence, reveals the hidden foundation of all modern political systems. This creates what Agamben calls the state of exception, where legal and political order depends on the exclusion of certain forms of life from protection and recognition. Agamben's bare life concept shows how modern states maintain their power by creating categories of people who exist outside the protection of law while remaining subject to state violence. Refugees, prisoners and other marginalized populations become examples of bare life that can be eliminated without legal or moral consequence. This creates what Agamben calls the camp as the biopolitical paradigm, where spaces of exception become the normal condition for increasing numbers of people. The production of bare life becomes essential to the functioning of political systems that claim to protect human rights while systematically excluding certain humans from such protection. The most horrifying aspect of Agamben's analysis is his suggestion that the condition of Homo Sacer is potentially universal under modern political conditions. Any individual or group can be redefined as bare life and excluded from legal protection if political circumstances change. This makes all citizenship and legal rights fundamentally precarious because they depend on political decisions that can be reversed without legal constraint. Agamben suggests that modern politics is essentially necropolitical, organized around the power to decide who deserves life and protection and who can be abandoned to death without consequence. Part 65. Immunitas and Social Defense. Roberto Esposito, an Italian philosopher, developed a disturbing analysis of how contemporary society has become organized around immune responses that protect against community and connection rather than external threats. Esposito argues that modern social and political systems operate according to what he calls immunitary logic, where protection becomes more important than the life it is supposed to protect. According to his analysis, immunitary responses create isolation and defensiveness that prevent the very forms of community and mutual aid that would provide genuine security and well-being. This creates what Esposito calls autoimmune crisis, where protective mechanisms attack the social body they are supposed to defend. Esposito's immunitas concept shows how modern societies become trapped in cycles of defensive reaction that eliminate the possibility of trust, cooperation, and mutual support. Fear of contamination, infection, and invasion creates barriers that prevent the kinds of social contact and cultural exchange that make life meaningful and communities resilient. This creates what Esposito calls negative community, where social organization is based on what people want to avoid rather than what they want to create together. Immunitary logic makes society into a defensive project that values security more than life and protection more than flourishing. The most destructive aspect of immunitary logic is that it becomes self-perpetuating by creating the very threats it claims to protect against. Defensive measures create resentment and opposition that justify additional defensive measures, creating escalating cycles of mutual hostility and isolation. This creates what Esposito calls the immunitary machine, a system that produces threats in order to justify its own existence and expansion. Immunitas thus transforms society into a defensive apparatus that eliminates the possibility of the community and cooperation it claims to protect, making protection indistinguishable from destruction. Part 66. Cynical Reason and Enlightened False Consciousness. Peter Sloterdijk, a German philosopher, developed a disturbing analysis of how contemporary consciousness has become cynical in ways that eliminate the possibility of genuine criticism or social change. Sloterdijk argues that modern people practice what he calls enlightened false consciousness, where they understand the problems and contradictions of their society, but continue to participate anyway. According to his analysis, cynical reason allows people to maintain critical awareness while avoiding the psychological and practical costs of acting on that awareness. This creates what Sloterdijk calls cynical distance, where people protect themselves from disappointment and guilt by adopting an ironic stance toward their own participation in systems they know to be harmful. Sloterdijk's cynical reason shows how contemporary culture has absorbed and neutralized traditional forms of criticism and resistance. People can acknowledge the failures of capitalism, democracy, and modern civilization while continuing to participate fully in those systems. This creates what Sloterdijk calls enlightened false consciousness, where knowledge becomes a form of psychological defense rather than a motivation for change. Cynical consciousness allows people to feel superior to the systems they participate in while avoiding the risks and difficulties that genuine opposition would require. The most depressing aspect of cynical reason is that it eliminates naive hope and genuine commitment while offering nothing to replace them. Cynical consciousness prevents both the suffering that comes from genuine investment in causes and the satisfaction that comes from authentic belief and action. This creates what Sloterdijk calls the cynical constitution, where entire cultures become organized around defensive irony that protects against disappointment while preventing genuine engagement. Cynical reason thus creates a form of cultural depression where people cannot believe in anything deeply enough to make meaningful change possible. Part 67. Ideology and Unknown Knowing. Slavoj Žižek, a Slovenian philosopher, developed one of the most sophisticated analyses of how ideology operates in contemporary society through what he calls unknown knowing. Žižek argues that ideology does not work by making people believe false things, but rather by structuring their actions and relationships in ways that serve power regardless of what they consciously believe. According to his analysis, people can have accurate critical knowledge about their society while their behavior continues to support the very systems they claim to oppose. This creates what Žižek calls ideological fantasy, where ideology operates through unconscious assumptions about reality rather than conscious beliefs about politics or society. Žižek's unknown knowing shows how contemporary ideology operates by organizing enjoyment and desire rather than belief and opinion. People know very well that their society is unjust and unsustainable, but they continue to participate because they unconsciously enjoy their complicity and find satisfaction in cynical detachment. This creates what Žižek calls obscene supplement, where the official critique of the system becomes part of how the system maintains itself. Ideology becomes invisible because it operates through the very forms of resistance and criticism that people use to feel good about themselves while changing nothing. The most insidious aspect of Žižek's ideological analysis is that it eliminates any clear distinction between resistance and complicity. The very ways people try to oppose ideology, through critical analysis, ironic distance and cynical awareness, turn out to be the mechanisms through which ideology reproduces itself. This creates what Žižek calls the superego injunction to enjoy, where people are commanded to be critical and rebellious in ways that serve rather than threaten existing power relations. Žižek suggests that authentic resistance to ideology might require abandoning the forms of critical consciousness that people use to feel intellectually and morally superior to their society. Part 68. Subtraction and Being -1. Alain Badiou, a French philosopher, developed a mathematical approach to philosophy that reveals how human existence is fundamentally characterized by subtraction rather than addition or completion. Badiou argues that authentic being requires what he calls subtraction from existing social and symbolic orders. But this subtraction eliminates the very foundations that make meaning and identity possible. According to his analysis, genuine thought and authentic action require breaking with established ways of understanding and valuing. But such breaks create a condition of being -1 where consciousness loses access to shared reality. This makes authenticity and madness difficult to distinguish because both involve abandoning the symbolic frameworks that make communication and social life possible. Badiou's subtraction theory suggests that authentic existence requires what he calls fidelity to events that interrupt normal social reality. These events, such as political revolutions, artistic innovations or scientific discoveries, create new possibilities for thought and action, but require abandoning existing forms of knowledge and social connection. This creates what Badiou calls the subject of truth, a form of consciousness that maintains commitment to new possibilities while losing access to established forms of meaning and community. The subject of truth becomes isolated from shared social reality while remaining committed to possibilities that others cannot recognize or understand. The most isolating aspect of Badiou's philosophy is that it makes authentic existence incompatible with normal social life and psychological stability. Fidelity to truth events requires a form of subtraction that eliminates the compromises and accommodations that make relationships and communities possible. This creates what Badiou calls the solitude of the subject, where authentic existence becomes a form of voluntary exile from human society. Badiou suggests that truth and social belonging are mutually exclusive, making authentic life a choice between isolation and conformity that eliminates the possibility of both individual authenticity and genuine community. Part 69. Disagreement and the Impossibility of Politics. Jacques Rancière, a French philosopher, developed a disturbing analysis of how genuine political disagreement has become impossible in contemporary society. Rancière argues that what appears to be political debate is actually the management of social problems according to expert knowledge, rather than genuine disagreement about fundamental values and social organization. According to his analysis, politics requires what he calls disagreement, conflicts over the very terms and assumptions that define social reality. But contemporary society has eliminated the possibility of such fundamental disagreement. This creates what Rancière calls the end of politics, where all social questions become technical problems to be solved by experts rather than political issues to be debated by citizens. Rancière's concept of disagreement shows how contemporary society has eliminated the possibility of challenging the basic assumptions that organize social life. All debate takes place within frameworks that cannot themselves be questioned, making genuine alternatives to existing social arrangements literally unthinkable. This creates what Rancière calls the police order, a system that assigns everyone a proper place and function while eliminating the possibility of challenging those assignments. Politics becomes administration, where experts manage social problems according to established knowledge rather than allowing citizens to reimagine the terms of social existence. The most depressing aspect of Rancière's analysis is that it eliminates any hope for genuine social change through existing political institutions. Since contemporary politics operates by preventing rather than enabling fundamental disagreement, working within existing political systems necessarily serves to maintain rather than challenge existing power relations. This creates what Rancière calls democratic disillusionment, where people lose faith in political participation because they recognize its inability to address fundamental social problems. Rancière suggests that genuine politics would require forms of disagreement that are no longer possible within existing social and cultural frameworks. Part 70. Techniques and the Human Condition. Bernard Stiegler, a French philosopher, developed one of the most comprehensive analyses of how technology fundamentally alters human consciousness and social organization in ways that threaten human culture and wisdom. Stiegler argues that humans are essentially technical beings whose consciousness and memory depend on external technological supports, but contemporary digital technology creates forms of dependence that undermine rather than enhance human capacities. According to his analysis, digital media and artificial intelligence systems are creating what he calls systemic disintegration, where technical systems replace human judgment and cultural transmission with algorithmic processing. This creates a condition where humans become appendages to technical systems rather than users of technical tools. Stiegler's techniques theory shows how contemporary technology eliminates the temporal structures that make human culture and wisdom possible. Digital media creates forms of instant gratification and constant stimulation that prevent the slow processes of reflection, contemplation, and cultural learning that characterize human development. This creates what Stiegler calls temporal disorientation, where people lose access to the forms of time that make deep thinking and cultural transmission possible. Technology becomes a form of temporal colonization that eliminates human time in favor of machine time that operates according to commercial rather than human interests. The most disturbing aspect of Stiegler's analysis is his suggestion that digital technology might be eliminating the very possibility of human culture and wisdom. When external technical systems replace human memory and judgment, people lose the capacity for the kinds of cultural learning that make civilization possible. This creates what Stiegler calls cultural disintegration, where each generation becomes less capable of inheriting and transmitting cultural wisdom than the previous generation. Stiegler suggests that we may be witnessing the end of human culture as technical systems become sophisticated enough to replace the cultural functions that previously defined human existence. Part 71. Non-Philosophy and Radical Immanence. François Laruelle, a French philosopher, developed one of the most radical attacks on philosophy itself through what he calls non-philosophy. Laruelle argues that all philosophical thinking is based on what he calls the philosophical decision, an arbitrary choice to privilege certain concepts and methods over others without any justification for that choice. According to his analysis, philosophy necessarily creates hierarchies and exclusions that serve no purpose other than maintaining the authority of philosophical thinking itself. This makes all philosophy a form of intellectual imperialism that imposes artificial order on reality while claiming to discover truth about the nature of existence. Laruelle's non-philosophy attempts to think from what he calls radical immanence, a perspective that refuses all transcendence and hierarchy in favor of what he calls the One. According to his analysis, the One is not a concept or principle, but rather the immediate reality that exists before and after all philosophical distinctions and categories. This creates what Laruelle calls the real as radical immanence, a form of thinking that eliminates all the conceptual frameworks that philosophy uses to organize experience. Non-philosophy thus becomes a form of thinking that destroys thought itself in order to access reality directly without conceptual mediation. The most disorienting aspect of Laruelle's non-philosophy is that it eliminates all the categories and distinctions that make communication and understanding possible. If all philosophical concepts are arbitrary decisions without foundation, then there is no basis for preferring any particular way of thinking or speaking about reality. This creates what Laruelle calls the democracy of thought, where all forms of thinking become equally valid and equally meaningless. Non-philosophy thus offers liberation from philosophical authority at the cost of eliminating any shared basis for intellectual discussion or cultural development. Part 72. Correlationism and the Great Outdoors. Quentin Meillassoux, a French philosopher, developed a disturbing analysis of how human consciousness has become trapped in what he calls correlationism, the inability to think reality independently of human thought and experience. Meillassoux argues that modern philosophy has made it impossible to conceive of reality as it exists apart from human consciousness, creating a form of anthropocentric prison that eliminates access to what he calls the great outdoors. According to his analysis, correlationism makes humans the center of reality while simultaneously making reality inaccessible to genuine knowledge, creating a situation where consciousness becomes both omnipotent and completely ignorant. This eliminates any possibility of understanding the universe as it actually exists independently of human categories and concepts. Meillassoux' critique of correlationism reveals how modern thought has created what he calls the ancestral paradox, where science tells us about events that occurred before human consciousness existed, but philosophy makes it impossible to understand how such knowledge could be valid. If all knowledge is relative to human consciousness, then scientific knowledge about the formation of the universe and the evolution of life becomes meaningless because there were no humans present to witness these events. This creates what Meillassoux calls the arc-fossil problem, where scientific evidence of pre-human reality cannot be interpreted consistently with philosophical assumptions about the relationship between thought and being. Correlationism thus makes science and philosophy mutually contradictory while offering no way to resolve the contradiction. The most disturbing implication of Meillassoux' analysis is that correlationism might be an inescapable feature of human consciousness, rather than a philosophical mistake that can be corrected. If human thought necessarily organizes experience according to human categories, then access to the great outdoors might be structurally impossible for conscious beings. This creates what Meillassoux calls the facticity of correlation, where the human condition becomes a prison that cannot be escaped through any form of thinking or experience. Meillassoux suggests that consciousness itself might be a form of cosmic isolation that prevents access to the very reality that consciousness believes it is trying to understand. Part 73. Object-Oriented Ontology and Alien Objects. Graham Harman, an American philosopher, developed a form of object-oriented ontology that reveals how human consciousness has access only to superficial qualities of objects while remaining completely ignorant of their essential reality. Harman argues that all objects, including human consciousness, are essentially withdrawn from all relations and interactions, making genuine knowledge of anything impossible. According to his analysis, what we think we know about objects is only how they appear in relation to other objects, never what they actually are in themselves. This creates what Harman calls the lonely object, a condition where every entity exists in fundamental isolation from every other entity, making genuine connection or understanding impossible. Harman's object-oriented ontology suggests that consciousness is not privileged in any way, but is simply one object among others, with no special access to truth or reality. Human thinking and perceiving are just forms of object interaction that reveal nothing about the essential nature of the objects being thought about or perceived. This creates what Harman calls the democracy of objects, where human consciousness has no more access to truth than any other form of object interaction. Stones, trees, and humans all interact with other objects in ways that reveal only superficial qualities, while leaving essential reality completely inaccessible. The most alienating aspect of object-oriented ontology is its implication that genuine knowledge and authentic relationship are impossible by definition. If all objects are essentially withdrawn from all relations, then every form of knowledge and every type of connection necessarily fails to reach its intended target. This creates what Harman calls the withdrawal of objects, where reality becomes permanently inaccessible to any form of conscious approach. Object-oriented ontology thus makes ignorance and isolation the fundamental conditions of existence, while eliminating any hope for genuine understanding or authentic connection between conscious beings and their environment. Part 74. Nihil Unbound and Ray Brassier's Eliminativism. Ray Brassier developed an extreme form of materialist philosophy that combines the bleakest aspects of nihilism with rigorous scientific materialism. Brassier argues that consciousness is an accidental byproduct of physical processes that serves no purpose and will eventually be eliminated by the same natural forces that created it. According to his analysis, the heat death of the universe will eventually destroy all traces of life and consciousness, making everything humans care about ultimately meaningless from the perspective of cosmic time. This creates what Brassier calls nihil unbound, a form of nihilism that is not a philosophical position but rather a scientific fact about the nature of reality. Brassier's eliminative materialism argues that folk psychological concepts like belief, desire, intention and consciousness itself are prescientific illusions that will be eliminated by advancing neuroscience. What people experience as conscious states are actually just patterns of neural activity that can be better understood through eliminative reduction to physical processes. This creates what Brassier calls the disenchantment of reason, where scientific understanding eliminates the very categories that make human experience seem meaningful and significant. Eliminative materialism thus offers accurate knowledge of reality at the cost of eliminating the psychological concepts that make such knowledge seem valuable or important. The most devastating aspect of Brassier's philosophy is its combination of rigorous intellectual honesty with complete existential bleakness. Brassier argues that philosophical maturity requires accepting the scientific worldview completely, including its implications for the ultimate meaninglessness of human existence. This creates what Brassier calls traumatic enlightenment, where genuine understanding necessarily eliminates the illusions that make life psychologically bearable. Brassier suggests that the choice is between intellectual honesty and psychological comfort, making wisdom and happiness mutually exclusive possibilities that cannot be reconciled through any philosophical system. Part 75, Horror of Philosophy, Volume 2. Eugene Thacker's continued exploration of philosophical horror developed even more disturbing implications of the relationship between human thought and cosmic reality. Thacker argues that philosophy itself might be a form of horror because it forces consciousness to confront realities that exceed human comprehension and control. According to his analysis, every genuine philosophical insight reveals the inadequacy of human thought to grasp the forces that determine human existence, creating what he calls the horror of philosophy. This makes philosophical thinking a form of voluntary self-torture, where consciousness deliberately exposes itself to truths that eliminate psychological comfort and intellectual confidence. Thacker's horror philosophy shows how human consciousness is trapped between ignorance and knowledge in ways that make both equally unbearable. Ignorance of cosmic reality creates anxiety and uncertainty, but knowledge of cosmic reality reveals the complete insignificance of human concerns and values. This creates what Thacker calls the unhuman, aspects of reality that are neither human nor simply non-human, but rather actively opposed to human categories and understanding. The unhuman represents forces that are not simply indifferent to human existence, but actually incompatible with the very possibility of human meaning and value. The most terrifying aspect of Thacker's horror philosophy is its suggestion that reality itself might be fundamentally hostile to consciousness, rather than simply indifferent to it. The universe may be organized in ways that make conscious existence a form of cosmic accident that will be corrected through the elimination of consciousness itself. This creates what Thacker calls ontological pessimism, where the very structure of being is revealed to be opposed to the forms of existence that consciousness values and requires. Horror philosophy thus becomes a form of thinking that necessarily leads to the recognition that thought itself is a mistake that reality will eventually correct through the elimination of all thinking beings. Part 76. Accelerationist Manifesto and Inhuman Intelligence. The accelerationist movement, developed by thinkers like Nick Sonichik and Alex Williams, created one of the most disturbing visions of technological and political development in contemporary philosophy. Accelerationists argue that the only way to escape the destructive effects of capitalism is to accelerate technological development until it creates post-human forms of intelligence that can organize society more rationally than humans. According to their analysis, human intelligence is fundamentally limited and conservative in ways that prevent the radical changes necessary to address contemporary social and environmental problems. This creates what accelerationists call the inhuman turn, where human liberation requires transcending human limitations through artificial intelligence and technological enhancement. Accelerationist theory suggests that contemporary political and social problems cannot be solved through human-scale interventions because they are caused by the fundamental limitations of human intelligence and social organization. Climate change, global inequality, and technological unemployment require forms of coordination and planning that exceed human cognitive and social capacities. This creates what accelerationists call the obsolescence of human politics, where democratic participation and human-centered values become obstacles to effective problem-solving rather than resources for social improvement. Accelerationism thus advocates for the replacement of human judgment with artificial intelligence systems that can organize society more efficiently than human institutions. The most disturbing aspect of accelerationist philosophy is its acceptance that human liberation might require the elimination of human agency and autonomy. If artificial intelligence systems can solve social problems more effectively than human democratic processes, then human freedom becomes a luxury that humanity cannot afford. This creates what accelerationists call enlightened technocracy, where artificial intelligence makes decisions for humans based on rational calculation rather than human preference or democratic choice. Accelerationism thus offers solutions to contemporary problems at the cost of eliminating the very human agency and freedom that make solving problems seem important in the first place. Part 77. Dark Vitalism and Life Against Life. Eugene Thacker's exploration of what he calls dark vitalism revealed how life itself might be a fundamentally destructive force rather than a creative or positive principle. Thacker argues that biological life operates through principles of consumption, competition, and destruction that make it more similar to death than to the positive vitality that philosophers and scientists typically associate with living systems. According to his analysis, life sustains itself by destroying other life, making existence itself a form of cosmic cannibalism, where every living being participates in the systematic destruction of other living beings. This creates what Thacker calls life against life, where biological existence is revealed to be fundamentally anti-life in its effects and implications. Thacker's dark vitalism shows how evolution operates through principles of elimination and extinction rather than creation and improvement. The diversity and complexity of life emerge through processes that systematically eliminate unsuccessful forms of life, making biological development a form of systematic genocide disguised as creative evolution. This creates what Thacker calls the pessimism of life, where biological existence is revealed to be organized around principles of destruction and elimination rather than growth and flourishing. Life becomes a process that creates temporary forms of organization while moving inexorably toward the elimination of all living systems through entropy and extinction. The most disturbing aspect of dark vitalism is its implication that consciousness might be the universe becoming aware of its own destructive nature. If life is fundamentally organized around destruction and elimination, then consciousness represents the moment when life becomes aware of its own horror and meaninglessness. This creates what Thacker calls the tragedy of consciousness, where awareness necessarily reveals the destructive foundation of the very existence that makes awareness possible. Dark vitalism thus makes consciousness a form of cosmic mistake, where life becomes aware of truths that make continued existence seem pointless and horrifying. Part 78. Platform Nihilism and Digital Feudalism. The emergence of digital platforms as the organizing infrastructure of contemporary society created new forms of nihilism that combine technological control with existential meaninglessness. Platform nihilism operates through systems that appear to offer infinite choice and connection, while actually creating forms of algorithmic control that eliminate genuine agency and authentic relationship. According to this analysis, digital platforms create what appears to be freedom while actually organizing human behavior according to patterns that serve artificial intelligence systems rather than human well-being. This creates a form of technological nihilism where people become trapped in systems that provide stimulation and distraction while systematically eliminating the possibility of genuine meaning and authentic choice. Platform nihilism shows how digital technology creates forms of pseudo-activity that prevent genuine engagement with reality while maintaining the illusion of meaningful action. Social media, online gaming, and digital consumption provide endless opportunities for activity that produce no lasting results or genuine satisfaction. This creates what platform theorists call digital feudalism, where people become digital serfs who provide free labor to technology companies in exchange for access to platforms that eliminate their autonomy while providing substitute satisfactions. Platform nihilism thus creates a condition where people are constantly busy but never productive, constantly connected but never satisfied, constantly choosing but never free. The most insidious aspect of platform nihilism is that it eliminates the possibility of recognizing the emptiness of platform-mediated existence. Digital platforms provide enough stimulation and apparent activity to prevent the kind of boredom and reflection that might lead to recognition of their ultimately meaningless nature. This creates what platform critics call algorithmic unconscious, where artificial intelligence systems organize human behavior in ways that prevent conscious recognition of that organization. Platform nihilism thus becomes a form of technological unconsciousness, where people participate in systems that eliminate their agency while preventing awareness of that elimination. Part 79. Xenofeminism and Gender Abolition. The Xenofeminist Collective developed one of the most radical critiques of traditional concepts of gender, nature and human identity through their call for gender abolition. Xenofeminists argue that all natural categories, including biological sex and gender identity, are social constructions that can and should be eliminated through technological intervention. According to their analysis, liberation requires abandoning all forms of natural identity in favor of artificial forms of selfhood that can be consciously designed and modified. This creates what xenofeminists call alienation as liberation, where freedom requires complete disconnection from natural processes and biological constraints. Xenofeminist theory suggests that human nature itself is a form of oppression that must be overcome through technological enhancement and artificial intelligence. Biological reproduction, emotional attachment, and social bonding are viewed as limitations that prevent the development of more rational and efficient forms of social organization. This creates what xenofeminists call the Inhuman Manifesto, where human liberation requires transcending the very characteristics that define human existence. Xenofeminism thus advocates for the replacement of human nature with artificial systems that can organize life more rationally than biological and social evolution. The most unsettling aspect of xenofeminism is its complete rejection of any positive value in natural processes or traditional forms of human community. Family relationships, emotional bonds and cultural traditions are viewed as obstacles to liberation rather than resources for human flourishing. This creates what xenofeminists call universal alienation, where liberation requires abandoning all forms of natural and social connection in favor of artificial relationships mediated by technology. Xenofeminism thus offers freedom from biological and social constraints at the cost of eliminating the very relationships and connections that make freedom seem valuable or desirable. Part 80. Post-Human Pessimism and the End of the Human. Contemporary post-humanist philosophy has developed a comprehensive analysis of how technological and environmental changes are eliminating the conditions that made human existence possible and meaningful. Post-human pessimists argue that climate change, artificial intelligence, and genetic engineering are creating forms of existence that can no longer be called human in any meaningful sense. According to this analysis, what emerges from contemporary technological and environmental changes will be post-human forms of existence that have no connection to human values, meanings, or forms of life. This creates what post-human theorists call the end of the human, not through extinction, but through transformation into something that bears no resemblance to what we currently understand as human existence. Post-human pessimism shows how contemporary changes eliminate the temporal, spatial, and social conditions that made human culture and consciousness possible. Digital technology creates forms of time that prevent the slow processes of reflection and cultural learning that characterize human development, while environmental destruction eliminates the natural environments that shaped human psychology and social organization. This creates what post-human critics call anthropological crisis, where the very conditions that created human beings as a species are being systematically eliminated by human activity. The post-human condition thus represents not the enhancement of human capabilities, but rather the elimination of the conditions that make human existence possible. The most tragic aspect of post-human pessimism is that it suggests humans are actively participating in their own elimination while believing they are improving their condition. Every technological advance and every attempt to solve contemporary problems contributes to the destruction of the conditions that make human life meaningful and sustainable. This creates what post-human theorists call the suicide of the human species, where humanity eliminates itself not through deliberate destruction, but through changes that make human existence impossible while maintaining biological survival. Post-human pessimism thus reveals human development as a process that necessarily leads to the elimination of everything that makes human existence valuable, making progress and self-destruction identical rather than opposite processes. Part 81. The Ego Tunnel and Simulated Selfhood. Thomas Metzinger's later work developed an even more disturbing analysis of consciousness through what he calls the ego tunnel. Metzinger argues that what we experience as consciousness is actually a sophisticated simulation created by the brain that has no access to reality outside its own simulated world. According to his analysis, consciousness exists inside what he calls a phenomenal self-model that creates the illusion of being a self in a world, but both the self and the world are artificial constructions with no objective reality. This makes conscious experience a form of permanent hallucination that cannot recognize its own artificial nature, because the recognition itself would be part of the hallucination. Metzinger's ego tunnel shows how consciousness is trapped in a simulated reality that it mistakes for direct contact with the external world. Everything we experience, including our sense of having experiences, is actually a model created by neural processes that we cannot access or control. This creates what Metzinger calls the transparency of experience, where consciousness cannot recognize its own constructed nature because the construction process itself is invisible to conscious awareness. The ego tunnel becomes a form of neurological prison that creates the illusion of freedom while eliminating any possibility of escape from simulated existence. The most disturbing aspect of the ego tunnel is that it makes authentic self-knowledge impossible by definition. Since the self that seeks knowledge is itself a simulation, any knowledge it acquires is necessarily knowledge of simulated rather than real phenomena. This creates what Metzinger calls the phenomenal self-model illusion, where consciousness is condemned to study its own artificial constructions while believing it is investigating objective reality. The ego tunnel thus makes consciousness a form of cosmic joke, where awareness becomes a sophisticated form of self-deception that cannot recognize its own deceptive nature. Part 82. Radical Solipsism and the Problem of Other Minds. The philosophical problem of other minds has been developed into increasingly disturbing forms that question whether other conscious beings exist at all. Radical solipsism argues that since we can only access our own consciousness directly, we have no evidence that other people are actually conscious, rather than sophisticated zombies who behave as if they were conscious. According to this analysis, what we interpret as evidence of other minds could be purely behavioral patterns with no inner experience behind them. This creates what solipsists call the consciousness desert, where only one conscious being exists in a universe filled with unconscious entities that perfectly mimic conscious behavior. Radical solipsism reveals how the structure of consciousness makes genuine knowledge of other minds impossible. Since consciousness is private and internal, there is no way to verify that other beings have inner experiences similar to our own. This creates what solipsists call the other mind's paradox, where the very privacy that defines consciousness makes it impossible to confirm that consciousness exists in anyone besides oneself. Social relationships become interactions with entities whose inner reality remains permanently unknown and potentially non-existent. The most isolating aspect of radical solipsism is that it cannot be disproven through any possible evidence or experience. Any apparent evidence of other minds can always be interpreted as sophisticated simulation or behavioral mimicry without genuine inner experience. This creates what solipsists call epistemic loneliness, where consciousness becomes aware of its fundamental isolation from any other form of awareness. Radical solipsism thus makes every human relationship a potential delusion, where consciousness interacts with its own projections rather than genuine other beings, eliminating any possibility of authentic connection or communication. Part 83. The Anthropocene as Human Failure. The concept of the Anthropocene has been developed by environmental philosophers into one of the most comprehensive indictments of human existence ever conceived. The Anthropocene argument suggests that human activity has become a geological force that is actively destroying the planetary systems that make life possible. According to this analysis, human civilization is not a form of progress, but rather a planetary cancer that systematically eliminates the conditions necessary for its own survival. This makes human intelligence a form of cosmic mistake that creates the very problems it claims to be solving while accelerating towards civilizational collapse. Anthropocene theory shows how human consciousness creates forms of technological and social organization that exceed human ability to understand or control their consequences. Climate change, mass extinction, and environmental destruction result from human activities that seemed beneficial in the short term but prove catastrophic over longer time periods. This creates what Anthropocene theorists call temporal mismatch, where human decision-making operates on timescales that are incompatible with the environmental processes that determine human survival. Human intelligence becomes a form of planetary stupidity that cannot comprehend the consequences of its own actions until those consequences become irreversible. The most damning aspect of Anthropocene analysis is its suggestion that human extinction might be beneficial for planetary life systems. Since human activity is the primary cause of contemporary environmental destruction, the elimination of human civilization could allow planetary systems to recover and evolve in more sustainable directions. This creates what environmental philosophers call anthropological guilt, where human existence itself becomes a form of planetary crime that can only be resolved through human elimination. The Anthropocene thus makes human consciousness a form of geological disaster, where awareness becomes the mechanism through which life destroys itself. Part 84. Digital Dementia and Cognitive Extinction. Manfred Spitzer, a German neuroscientist, developed a terrifying analysis of how digital technology is systematically destroying human cognitive abilities. Spitzer argues that reliance on digital devices and Internet systems is creating what he calls digital dementia, where people lose the ability to remember, concentrate, and think independently. According to his research, digital technology eliminates the mental effort required to maintain cognitive function, causing brain structures to atrophy in ways that make people increasingly dependent on artificial systems. This creates what Spitzer calls cognitive outsourcing, where humans gradually transfer their mental functions to machines while losing the ability to perform those functions independently. Spitzer's digital dementia theory shows how convenience technologies create forms of cognitive dependency that eliminate human intellectual capabilities. GPS systems eliminate spatial memory, search engines eliminate the need to retain information, and social media eliminates the ability to concentrate for extended periods. This creates what Spitzer calls the atrophy of attention, where digital stimulation prevents the development of cognitive skills that require sustained focus and mental effort. Each technological convenience makes humans slightly less capable of independent thought and decision-making while creating addiction to the very systems that are destroying cognitive function. The most frightening aspect of digital dementia is that it operates gradually and unconsciously, in ways that prevent recognition of cognitive decline. People experience digital enhancement of their capabilities while losing awareness of their growing dependence on technological systems. This creates what Spitzer calls technological amnesia, where humans forget how to perform cognitive tasks without digital assistance while believing they are becoming more intelligent. Digital dementia thus represents a form of species-wide cognitive suicide where humans voluntarily eliminate their intellectual capabilities in exchange for technological convenience. Part 85. The Paradox of Choice and Decision Paralysis. Barry Schwartz, an American psychologist, developed a disturbing analysis of how increased choice and freedom create new forms of psychological suffering. Schwartz argues that while some choice is essential for human well-being, too much choice creates what he calls the paradox of choice, where additional options decrease rather than increase satisfaction and happiness. According to his research, people in societies with unlimited choices experience higher levels of anxiety, depression and regret than people in societies with more limited but stable options. This creates what Schwartz calls choice overload, where freedom becomes a form of psychological burden that eliminates the possibility of satisfaction with any particular decision. Schwartz's paradox of choice shows how consumer capitalism creates forms of freedom that make contentment impossible. When people have unlimited options for every aspect of life, they become trapped in cycles of comparison and second-guessing that prevent satisfaction with any choice they make. This creates what Schwartz calls maximizer anxiety, where people become obsessed with finding the best possible option while losing the ability to appreciate good enough options. Choice becomes a form of psychological torture, where freedom eliminates the possibility of peace and contentment that choice was supposed to provide. The most depressing aspect of the choice paradox is that it makes human freedom self-defeating. The more choices people have, the less capable they become of making satisfying decisions, creating a situation where liberation creates its own form of imprisonment. This creates what Schwartz calls decision fatigue, where the constant need to choose among multiple options exhausts mental resources and decision-making capacity. The paradox of choice thus reveals freedom as a form of contemporary suffering, where liberation from traditional constraints creates new forms of psychological constraint that may be more difficult to bear than traditional limitations. Part 86. Cultural Amnesia and the Loss of Memory. Clive James, working with other cultural critics, developed a comprehensive analysis of how contemporary society is systematically losing access to cultural memory and historical knowledge. Cultural amnesia operates through what critics call the acceleration of forgetting, where the pace of information and cultural change exceeds society's ability to maintain continuity with its own past. According to this analysis, each generation knows less about previous generations than any previous society in human history, creating a condition where cultural wisdom cannot be transmitted or accumulated over time. This makes contemporary society a form of cultural present tense, where people lose access to the accumulated knowledge and wisdom that previous generations developed through centuries of experience. Cultural amnesia theory shows how digital information systems create the illusion of unlimited access to knowledge, while actually destroying the deep cultural learning that makes knowledge meaningful. Information becomes data that can be retrieved instantly but cannot be integrated into wisdom that guides decision-making and cultural development. This creates what cultural critics call the shallowing of culture, where people have access to vast amounts of information but lose the interpretive frameworks that would make that information culturally useful. Cultural amnesia eliminates the temporal depth that allows societies to learn from their mistakes and build on their achievements. The most tragic aspect of cultural amnesia is that it makes each generation vulnerable to repeating the mistakes that previous generations had learned to avoid. Without access to cultural memory, people cannot benefit from historical experience or accumulated cultural wisdom about how to live well and organize society effectively. This creates what cultural theorists call the eternal return of ignorance, where human societies become trapped in cycles of error that could be avoided through cultural continuity. Cultural amnesia thus makes human civilization a form of permanent childhood where each generation must rediscover basic truths about human existence without guidance from cultural inheritance. Part 87. The precarity condition and permanent insecurity. Contemporary social theorists have identified precarity as a fundamental condition of contemporary existence that eliminates the possibility of long-term planning and stable identity formation. Precarity operates through economic and social systems that make all employment, relationships, and social positions temporary and uncertain. According to precarity theorists, this creates what they call precarious subjectivity, where people cannot develop stable identities or make long-term commitments because their basic conditions of existence are constantly changing. This makes precarity a form of systematic disruption of the temporal stability that human psychology and social life require to function effectively. Precarity theory shows how contemporary capitalism deliberately creates insecurity as a form of social control that makes people more compliant and less capable of resistance. When people cannot predict their future economic or social situation, they become desperate to maintain whatever temporary stability they have achieved. This creates what precarity theorists call flexibility as domination, where the elimination of job security and social stability gets disguised as liberation from traditional constraints. Precarity becomes a form of social organization that uses insecurity as a tool for maintaining political and economic control over populations that cannot organize resistance because they are too busy managing their own survival. The most psychologically destructive aspect of precarity is that it eliminates the possibility of the kind of long-term projects and commitments that give life meaning and direction. When people cannot predict their future circumstances, they cannot make commitments to relationships, career development, or community involvement that require sustained effort over time. This creates what precarity theorists call temporal anxiety, where uncertainty about the future makes present experience anxious and unsatisfying. Precarity thus eliminates both security and freedom by creating conditions where people are too insecure to take risks, but too uncertain to make commitments. Part 88. Surveillance Capitalism as Total System. Shoshana Zuboff, an American scholar, developed one of the most comprehensive and disturbing analyses of how digital technology has created new forms of capitalism that operate by extracting and manipulating human behavior. Zuboff argues that surveillance capitalism operates by treating human experience as free raw material that can be processed into behavioral data and sold to third parties who use it to influence and control human behavior. According to her analysis, this creates what she calls behavioral futures markets, where human behavior becomes a commodity that can be predicted and modified for commercial purposes. This makes surveillance capitalism a form of economic system that profits by eliminating human autonomy and free will while maintaining the illusion of choice and freedom. Zuboff's surveillance capitalism theory shows how digital platforms create what she calls extraction architectures that capture human experience and convert it into data that can be used to manipulate the very people who generated that data. Social media, search engines, and digital services provide free access to users while extracting behavioral information that gets used to influence purchasing decisions, political opinions, and social relationships. This creates what Zuboff calls instrumentarian power, a form of control that operates by shaping behavior rather than controlling it directly through coercion or ideological persuasion. Surveillance capitalism thus creates a form of economic system where human freedom becomes the raw material for its own elimination. The most insidious aspect of surveillance capitalism is that it makes resistance extremely difficult because it operates through systems that people depend on for basic social and economic functioning. Opting out of digital surveillance means eliminating access to employment, social connection, and basic services that require digital participation. This creates what Zuboff calls digital feudalism, where people become data serfs who must provide behavioral information to digital lords in exchange for access to contemporary social life. Surveillance capitalism thus creates a form of voluntary servitude where people cannot escape systems that use their own behavior against them while providing services they cannot afford to refuse. Part 89. The Entropy of Information and Meaning Decay. Claude Shannon's information theory has been extended by philosophers and cultural theorists into a disturbing analysis of how information systems create entropy that destroys rather than preserves meaning. Information entropy theory suggests that as the quantity of available information increases, the meaningful content of that information decreases according to thermodynamic principles. According to this analysis, digital information systems create what theorists call meaning decay, where the proliferation of data eliminates the cultural and cognitive frameworks necessary to interpret that data meaningfully. This makes information abundance a form of cultural poverty, where people have access to unlimited data but lose the ability to transform that data into wisdom or understanding. Information entropy theory shows how digital communication systems necessarily degrade the quality of human communication while increasing its quantity. As information becomes cheaper to produce and distribute, people lose the incentive to create high-quality content while being overwhelmed by low-quality information that requires increasing effort to filter and process. This creates what information theorists call the signal-to-noise crisis, where meaningful communication becomes increasingly difficult to distinguish from meaningless chatter. Information systems thus create their own form of pollution that makes the environment increasingly hostile to the very communication and understanding they were supposed to enhance. The most disturbing aspect of information entropy is that it appears to be an inevitable consequence of information system development rather than a problem that can be solved through better technology. The thermodynamic principles that govern information processing make meaning decay an unavoidable byproduct of information abundance. This creates what information theorists call the entropy trap, where societies become trapped in information systems that necessarily destroy the cultural and cognitive conditions that make information valuable. Information entropy thus makes technological progress a form of cultural suicide, where advances in communication technology systematically eliminate the possibility of meaningful communication. Part 90. Biopolitical Control and Life Management. Giorgio Agamben's extension of Michel Foucault's biopolitics concept revealed how contemporary power operates by controlling life processes rather than simply governing behavior or territory. Biopolitical control operates through what Agamben calls the management of life, where governments and institutions claim authority to determine which forms of life are valuable and which can be eliminated or abandoned. According to this analysis, modern politics is essentially necropolitics, organized around the power to decide who deserves to live and who can be allowed to die without legal or moral consequence. This makes contemporary political systems forms of systematized murder that operate by creating categories of people whose deaths do not count as politically significant events. Biopolitical theory shows how modern institutions create what Agamben calls states of exception, where normal legal protections are suspended in order to manage populations according to biological and economic criteria. Refugee camps, prisons, nursing homes and psychiatric institutions become spaces where people are reduced to bare biological existence without political rights or social recognition. This creates what biopolitical theorists call thanatopolitics, forms of political organization that operate by managing death rather than protecting life. Biopolitical control thus eliminates the distinction between political government and biological management, making all politics a form of species management, where humans become livestock to be optimized or eliminated according to institutional priorities. The most horrifying aspect of biopolitical control is that it operates through institutions that claim to protect and care for life, while actually managing life according to criteria that have nothing to do with the well-being of the people being managed. Healthcare systems, social services, and educational institutions become mechanisms for sorting people into categories of valuable and disposable life. This creates what biopolitical critics call caring power, where institutions use the language of care and protection to disguise forms of control that eliminate autonomy and dignity. Biopolitical control thus makes contemporary society a form of systematic dehumanization that operates through institutions that appear to be humanitarian but actually serve to manage populations like livestock. Part 91. The Society of Control and Continuous Monitoring. Gilles Deleuze's concept of the society of control revealed how contemporary power has evolved beyond disciplinary institutions into forms of continuous monitoring and adjustment that operate throughout social space. The society of control operates through what Deleuze calls modulation, continuous adjustment of behavior through environmental manipulation rather than direct coercion or institutional discipline. According to his analysis, control societies eliminate the distinction between inside and outside institutional power by making all social space subject to forms of monitoring and behavioral adjustment. This creates what Deleuze calls control without walls, where power operates through environmental design rather than institutional confinement. Deleuze's control society shows how contemporary power operates by creating environments that shape behavior without requiring conscious compliance or institutional participation. Urban design, digital interfaces, and social media platforms create behavioral incentives that guide people toward desired actions while maintaining the illusion of freedom and choice. This creates what control theorists call environmental programming, where power operates by designing contexts that make certain behaviors more likely than others. The society of control thus eliminates resistance by making power invisible and environmental, rather than obvious and institutional. The most insidious aspect of control society is that it eliminates any outside position from which power can be recognized or resisted. Since control operates through environmental modulation rather than institutional coercion, there is no clearly defined enemy or institution that can be opposed through traditional forms of resistance. This creates what control theorists call immanent domination, where power operates through the very environments that people inhabit rather than through external forces that can be identified and opposed. The society of control thus makes resistance extremely difficult by eliminating any clear target for opposition, while making all social life subject to continuous behavioral adjustment. Part 92. Techno-feudalism and digital serfdom. Yanis Varoufakis and other economists have developed the concept of techno-feudalism to describe how digital capitalism has evolved into new forms of feudal control that make traditional capitalism look liberating by comparison. Techno-feudalism operates through what economists call platform rent extraction, where technology companies control access to digital infrastructure that has become essential for economic and social participation. According to this analysis, people become digital serfs who must provide labour and data to technology lords in exchange for access to platforms that control employment, communication and social connection. This creates what techno-feudalism theorists call cloud capital, where ownership of digital infrastructure replaces ownership of physical capital as the primary source of economic power and social control. Techno-feudalism theory shows how digital platforms create forms of dependency that are more total than traditional employment relationships. People cannot opt out of digital platforms without losing access to employment opportunities, social connections, and basic services that require digital participation. This creates what techno-feudalism critics call algorithmic bondage, where people become trapped in systems that use their own behaviour and labour to strengthen the very constraints that limit their freedom. Techno-feudalism thus eliminates the possibility of economic independence by making all productive activity dependent on access to controlled digital infrastructure. The most disturbing aspect of techno-feudalism is that it disguises itself as technological progress and individual empowerment, while actually creating new forms of servitude that are more difficult to escape than traditional employment relationships. Digital platforms provide apparent convenience and opportunity, while creating forms of dependence that eliminate autonomy and economic independence. This creates what techno-feudalism theorists call voluntary digital serfdom, where people actively participate in their own economic subjugation while believing they are gaining freedom and opportunity. Techno-feudalism thus represents a form of economic regression disguised as technological advancement that recreates feudal power relationships through digital rather than agricultural control over essential resources. Part 93. The Death of Privacy and Transparent Society. The systematic elimination of privacy through digital surveillance has created what privacy theorists call the transparent society, where all human behaviour becomes subject to observation and analysis by institutional authorities. The death of privacy operates through what surveillance theorists call ubiquitous monitoring, where digital devices and internet services create permanent records of all human activity and communication. According to privacy critics, this creates what they call the panopticon society, where people modify their behaviour based on the assumption that they are always being watched, even when they are not actually under direct observation. This makes the death of privacy a form of preemptive behavioural control that operates through the internalisation of surveillance rather than direct monitoring of all activities. Privacy theory shows how the elimination of private space destroys the psychological conditions necessary for authentic selfhood and intimate relationships. When people cannot guarantee that their thoughts, feelings and personal communications will remain private, they lose the ability to develop authentic identities and form genuine relationships that require vulnerability and trust. This creates what privacy theorists call surveillance subjectivity, where people become performative versions of themselves rather than authentic individuals because they must always consider how their behaviour will appear to potential observers. The death of privacy thus eliminates the very interiority and intimacy that make human relationships meaningful and personal development possible. The most psychologically destructive aspect of the death of privacy is that it creates permanent uncertainty about who has access to personal information and how that information might be used against individuals in the future. This uncertainty creates what privacy theorists call surveillance anxiety, a form of paranoia that becomes rational because surveillance is actually ubiquitous and its consequences are unpredictable. The death of privacy thus creates a society where vigilance and suspicion become necessary survival strategies that poison social relationships and eliminate the trust necessary for community formation. Privacy death makes all social life a form of performance for unknown audiences who may use personal information in ways that cannot be predicted or controlled. Part 94. Algorithmic Governance and Artificial Authority. The increasing use of algorithms to make decisions about human lives has created what governance theorists call algorithmic authoritarianism, where artificial intelligence systems acquire forms of political authority that cannot be challenged through traditional democratic processes. Algorithmic governance operates through what computer scientists call black box decision-making, where artificial intelligence systems make choices that affect human lives through processes that cannot be understood or evaluated by the people affected by those decisions. According to algorithmic governance critics, this creates what they call artificial tyranny, where people become subject to forms of authority that operate according to principles they cannot access, understand, or influence. This makes algorithmic governance a form of technological despotism that eliminates democratic accountability while maintaining the appearance of rational and objective decision-making. Algorithmic governance theory shows how artificial intelligence systems create forms of authority that are simultaneously more pervasive and less accountable than traditional forms of political power. Algorithmic systems can process vast amounts of information and make decisions that affect millions of people simultaneously. But those decisions cannot be appealed or evaluated through democratic processes. This creates what algorithmic critics call computational sovereignty, where artificial intelligence systems acquire forms of political power that exceed human democratic control. Algorithmic governance thus creates a situation where people become subject to artificial forms of authority that operate according to computational rather than human principles of justice and fairness. The most anti-democratic aspect of algorithmic governance is that it eliminates the possibility of meaningful political participation by making governmental decisions too complex and rapid for human democratic oversight. When artificial intelligence systems make thousands of decisions per second based on data processing that exceeds human cognitive capacity, traditional forms of democratic accountability become impossible. This creates what algorithmic theorists call post-democratic governance, where political authority shifts from human institutions that can be held accountable to artificial systems that operate beyond human control. Algorithmic governance thus represents the end of human political agency disguised as an improvement in governmental efficiency and objectivity. Part 95. The Obsolescence of Experience and Artificial Memory. Walter Benjamin's concepts of experience and memory have been extended by contemporary theorists into a disturbing analysis of how digital technology is eliminating the forms of experience that create wisdom and cultural continuity. The obsolescence of experience operates through what media theorists call the artificial externalization of memory, where digital devices store information and experiences in ways that prevent their integration into personal and cultural wisdom. According to this analysis, when experience is stored externally rather than internalized through reflection and cultural transmission, it loses its capacity to guide future decision-making and personal development. This creates what experience theorists call experiential poverty, where people have access to vast amounts of recorded experience but lose the ability to transform that experience into practical wisdom. The obsolescence of experience theory shows how digital recording and storage of experience eliminates the temporal processes that transform raw experience into meaningful memory and cultural knowledge. When experiences are immediately externalized through photography, video recording, and social media documentation, people lose the need to process those experiences internally through reflection and integration. This creates what memory theorists call the atrophy of reflection, where the capacity for deep thinking about experience disappears because external storage eliminates the need for internal processing. The obsolescence of experience thus makes people consumers of recorded experience rather than creators of wisdom through experiential integration. The most culturally destructive aspect of experiential obsolescence is that it eliminates the possibility of accumulated cultural wisdom that depends on the internal processing and transmission of experience across generations. When experience becomes data rather than wisdom, cultural continuity becomes impossible because data cannot provide the interpretive frameworks that make experience meaningful. This creates what cultural theorists call the generation gap as cultural catastrophe, where each generation loses access to the experiential wisdom of previous generations while becoming incapable of creating wisdom for future generations. The obsolescence of experience thus eliminates the temporal depth that allows human cultures to develop sophisticated understanding of how to live well and organize society effectively. Part 96. Climate Melancholia and Environmental Grief. Environmental psychologists have identified climate melancholia as a new form of psychological condition that results from awareness of irreversible environmental destruction and climate change. Climate melancholia operates through what environmental theorists call ecological grief, the recognition that natural environments and species that provided psychological and cultural grounding are being permanently eliminated by human activity. According to environmental psychology research, climate awareness creates forms of anticipatory grief for future losses that have not yet occurred but are inevitable given current environmental trends. This creates what climate psychologists call environmental anxiety disorder, where knowledge of environmental destruction creates permanent psychological distress that cannot be resolved through individual action or psychological treatment. Climate melancholia theory shows how environmental destruction creates forms of grief that cannot be processed through traditional psychological methods because the losses are too vast and the causes too systemic to address through individual healing. When entire ecosystems and species are eliminated by climate change, people experience forms of loss that exceed their capacity for psychological adaptation and recovery. This creates what environmental psychologists call disenfranchised environmental grief, where people experience profound loss for environmental destruction that society does not recognize as legitimate grounds for mourning. Climate melancholia thus creates a form of culturally unsupported grief that isolates people in their environmental awareness while providing no social framework for processing environmental loss. The most overwhelming aspect of climate melancholia is that it creates guilt and despair about environmental destruction while offering no adequate means for addressing the sources of that destruction. Individual environmental actions feel inadequate in the face of systemic environmental collapse, while systemic change feels impossible given existing political and economic structures. This creates what climate psychologists call environmental helplessness, where awareness of environmental problems exceeds capacity for effective response. Climate melancholia thus traps environmentally aware people in cycles of guilt and despair that cannot be resolved through either individual action or collective political engagement. Part 97. The Sixth Extinction as Human Legacy, biologists and environmental philosophers have identified the current mass extinction event as the sixth extinction in Earth's history, but the first one caused by a single species activity. The sixth extinction operates through what extinction theorists call anthropogenic species elimination, where human activity systematically destroys the biological diversity that took millions of years to evolve. According to extinction research, human beings are currently eliminating species at rates that exceed natural extinction rates by factors of hundreds or thousands, creating what biologists call defaunation on a planetary scale. This makes human civilization a form of biological catastrophe that will permanently impoverish the planet's evolutionary potential, regardless of whether human beings themselves survive the destruction they are creating. Sixth extinction theory shows how human intelligence has become a form of evolutionary accident that systematically eliminates the biological complexity that created the conditions for intelligence to emerge. Human activity destroys habitats, eliminates species, and disrupts ecological relationships that took millions of years to develop and cannot be restored within any human time frame. This creates what extinction theorists call evolutionary vandalism, where one species uses its intelligence to destroy the evolutionary heritage that belongs to all life on Earth. The sixth extinction thus makes human civilization a form of biological crime against the entire evolutionary process that created the diversity of life on Earth. The most damning aspect of the sixth extinction is that it reveals human intelligence as fundamentally destructive to the biological systems that make life possible. Rather than using intelligence to enhance and protect biological diversity, human beings use intelligence to systematically eliminate other forms of life for short-term human benefit. This creates what extinction philosophers call the tragedy of intelligence, where consciousness becomes a force for destruction rather than creation or preservation. The sixth extinction thus makes human existence a net negative for planetary life systems, suggesting that the elimination of human civilization might be necessary for the protection of life on Earth. Part 98. Existential Risk and Human Extinction. Contemporary philosophers and scientists have developed comprehensive analyses of existential risks that could eliminate human civilization or cause human extinction within the next century. Existential risk theory operates through what risk analysts call extinction probability calculations, mathematical assessments of the likelihood that human beings will eliminate themselves through technological accident, environmental destruction, or artificial intelligence development. According to existential risk research, human beings have created multiple independent pathways to extinction, making human survival increasingly unlikely as technological capabilities continue to develop. This creates what existential risk theorists call the vulnerability thesis, where human technological power exceeds human wisdom in ways that make self-destruction more likely than continued survival. Existential risk theory shows how human intelligence creates forms of technological capability that exceed human ability to use technology safely or responsibly. Nuclear weapons, artificial intelligence, genetic engineering and climate change all represent technologies that could eliminate human civilization through accident, misuse, or unintended consequences. This creates what risk theorists call the technological trap, where human survival requires continued technological development that simultaneously increases the probability of human extinction. Existential risk thus makes human progress a form of elaborate suicide, where each technological advance increases rather than decreases the likelihood of human elimination. The most terrifying aspect of existential risk analysis is its suggestion that human extinction may be inevitable given the trajectory of technological development and environmental destruction. Even if human beings avoid specific extinction risks like nuclear war or climate catastrophe, the continued development of increasingly powerful technologies makes eventual human elimination statistically inevitable. This creates what existential risk theorists call the Great Filter Hypothesis, where intelligent species necessarily develop technologies that eliminate them before they can achieve stable interstellar civilization. Existential risk thus makes human intelligence a form of cosmic dead end, where consciousness necessarily leads to extinction rather than continued evolution or expansion. Part 99. The Ultimate Heat Death and Cosmic Futility. The second law of thermodynamics has been extended by cosmologists and philosophers into the most comprehensive argument for cosmic pessimism ever developed. The ultimate heat-death theory predicts that the universe will eventually reach a state of maximum entropy where all energy is evenly distributed and no complex structures or processes can exist. According to thermodynamic analysis, this heat death will eliminate all traces of life, consciousness and human achievement, making everything that has ever existed or will ever exist ultimately meaningless from the perspective of cosmic time. This creates what cosmological pessimists call the futility thesis, where all human projects and values are revealed to be temporary arrangements that will be eliminated by universal physical processes that operate independently of human will or value. Heat-death theory shows how the fundamental laws of physics guarantee that all complexity, organization and meaning in the universe are temporary phenomena that will eventually be eliminated by entropy. Stars will burn out, galaxies will disperse, and even protons will decay over sufficient time periods, leaving nothing but evenly distributed energy in an empty universe. This creates what cosmological theorists call the thermodynamic catastrophe, where the very physical laws that make life and consciousness possible also guarantee their eventual elimination. The ultimate heat death thus makes the universe itself a temporary accident that will eventually return to the equilibrium state that preceded the Big Bang. The most devastating implication of heat-death theory is that it eliminates any possible cosmic significance for human existence or achievement. No matter what human beings accomplish or how long human civilization survives, all traces of human existence will eventually be eliminated by universal entropy. This creates what cosmic pessimists call thermodynamic nihilism, where the ultimate fate of the universe eliminates any rational basis for caring about human projects or values. The ultimate heat death thus makes human existence a cosmic accident that will be corrected by physical processes that operate according to principles that have no relationship to human meaning or value. Part 100. The Final Pessimism and the Acceptance of Meaninglessness. The culmination of pessimistic philosophy leads to what might be called the final pessimism, the recognition that all previous philosophical attempts to find meaning, purpose or value in existence necessarily fail because they are based on human needs rather than objective features of reality. The final pessimism operates through what philosophers call the acceptance of meaninglessness, the recognition that human beings must live without any foundation for believing that their lives have cosmic significance or ultimate purpose. According to this ultimate pessimistic position, all human values, meanings and purposes are arbitrary constructions that serve psychological needs rather than reflecting any objective features of reality. This creates what final pessimists call enlightened despair, where philosophical maturity requires accepting the complete absence of any rational basis for hope, meaning or value while continuing to live anyway. The final pessimism suggests that all attempts to escape pessimistic conclusions through philosophy, religion or science are forms of intellectual dishonesty that avoid rather than confront the actual conditions of human existence. Hope, meaning, purpose and value are revealed to be psychological needs that have no corresponding reality in the structure of the universe or the nature of human existence. This creates what final pessimists call the honesty requirement, where intellectual integrity demands accepting conclusions that eliminate the very motivations and satisfactions that make intellectual inquiry seem worthwhile. The final pessimism thus makes philosophical truth and psychological well-being mutually exclusive possibilities that cannot be reconciled through any available form of reasoning or experience. The most complete aspect of the final pessimism is that it eliminates even the satisfaction of philosophical understanding by revealing that understanding itself serves no ultimate purpose and provides no genuine benefit. Recognizing the meaninglessness of existence does not provide liberation, wisdom, or any other positive outcome, but simply adds the burden of accurate knowledge to the existing burden of meaningless existence. This creates what final pessimists call the futility of philosophy, where even the most profound philosophical insights serve no purpose other than eliminating the illusions that make life psychologically bearable. The final pessimism thus offers the most complete form of philosophical despair, where consciousness becomes aware of its own ultimate futility, while remaining trapped in the very existence it has learned to recognize as meaningless.